Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 342. And today we go back to our discussion about the ongoing war. It is the US Israel versus Iran war, the American and Israeli war against Iran. We're going to discuss that. A lot is happening in real time. Trump is making magnificent threats right now on Iran. So, yeah, looks like escalation is on the cards. Looks like escalation is on the menu. We're going to discuss all of that. I will take as many questions as possible from you all today. But before we do that, let me see who is there on the live stream. Rashikuddin, bonjour. Darshan Patel, Saksham Jasrotia, Akshit Sharma, Nirvana Shanks, A. Aryan, geopolitical debate from Indore, good to see you. Om Naik from Odisha, hello. Only Gems, Tanmay Deshpande, Ashwani Sharma, Disha, Saksham Jasrotia once again, Vishal Roar, Samarth Pramanik, Rohan Bidi, Hari Om, Meet Raj Singh Chudasama, Mary Kane, good morning, ma'am. Ayush Singh, Pranam Sarji, Ziggy Stardust, Nirvana Shanks, good to see you, Nirvana Shanks. Ziggy Stardust, I'm sure I've heard it at some point in time, but I don't remember quite remember what was in the package. So, Anup, Ajay Rana, M. Keshav, Reddy, always ready, Shishir Upadhya, Sam Winston. Sam Winston says, please do an analysis of the conflict before jumping into the questions. How about I do that? Sure. Pratap Dana, namaste. Monish Korde, Hani Sharma, Ekam Jot, Tanmay Deshpande, injured soccer player from Richmond Hill, Ontario in Canada. Good morning. Somi, good evening, Somi. Nabarita Das, namaste. General Subothai, hello. Mriganka Bonia, hyphen, Jirana, Tanmay Deshpande once again. Vineet Kapar. Who else do we have? Swapnil Saxena, Ajirana Pranam, Mahita Buseti, hello. Vishwendra Singha, yes, hello. Swami is here from Jaipur. Abhishek Shukla Live is a viewer from a train, is on a train right now. Well, I hope you enjoy your train journey. Pratik Vora, guten Tag. Who else? Who else do we have? Ritvij, Ashish Chabra, Ram Sarji, Cal673, Kumara Vyas from Dublin. Pranam, good to see you after a long time. Good to have you back. Sarvesh Padwal, hello. Malik Sayed, good to see you, sir. Hyderabad, yes, okay. General Subutai says Americans are not Mongols. I agree, they're not Mongols. Kahan is here from Delhi. Manisha Cardoso, namaste, ma'am. Good to see you. Priyanshu Poli, hello. Somi, Ajay Rana once again. Who else? Boiled Potato, okay. Scintillating Kids, Mochi XO Gaming, Nitin Srinivasan from Dubai. I hope you're okay in Dubai. I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing well. Hang in there. It'll hopefully be fine soon. Viru is here from Germany, Deutschland, and everyone else. Saksham is here. Saksham is from Jammu. Huzaif Sheikh is here from Kashmir. Good to have you. The Rational Reporter is here from Raipur. Hate Dedia from Mumbai, and everyone else. Okay. I will now end that part of the thing. Let's get into. Okay, so before we get into the questions, let's see what all has happened thus far, shall we? And let me do a quick recap. These days, Twitter is pretty useful for kind of understanding what's happening. Obviously, there is a lot of censorship on Twitter. A lot of real-time analysis is now missing from Twitter. A lot of real-time reporting is now missing from Twitter. And yet we get good information as it kind of happens from Twitter. So let's see. I've collected a bunch of tweets, etc., that kind of give us an indication of what's happening in the world right now. So let's go through these quickly. So Mario Naufal says Iran just proved its missiles can reach far beyond the Middle East. Iran fired 2 IRBMs at Diego Garcia, a joint US-UK military base sitting 4,000 kilometers away in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Okay, so Diego Garcia, it's south of the Maldives. It's in India's so-called strategic backyard. Okay, and the Iranians fired 2 missiles apparently at Diego Garcia. Apparently, these were intercepted or whatever. Iran says we did not do it. Iran says it's Israel that did it. Okay, so as always, we don't know what quite happened, but allegedly Two missiles were fired. So Piers Morgan, the fantastic guy from England, says, so not only has Iran brazenly lied about its ballistic missile range capacity, but this means it probably can hit the UK with them. And we have zero defense against these missiles. Very worrying. So Piers Morgan expects that Iran should disclose its military offensive and defensive capabilities to him or to the UK. Really? That's really like funny, isn't it? Here's Derek Grossman. Derek Grossman says the war is right in India's backyard. Derek Grossman is a guy who works for Rand Corporation. Rand Corporation guy, Derek Grossman. He says, so he's referring to this alleged Iranian ballistic missile attempted strike on Diego Garcia. And he says that the war is right in India's backyard. Iran's failed intermediate range ballistic missile attack on Diego Garcia illustrated. So my question to Derek Grossman is this. You say that the war is right in India's backyard, right? My question to you is, why is there an American military base right in India's backyard? That too, an American base built on stolen land from the people of the Chagos archipelago. Why don't you remove your illegal military base and keep your war to yourself? Yes, Derek Grossman, that's what I would recommend you do. So these people, they are dragging the war into India's backyard, and then they expect India to do something about it. Why don't you keep your war to yourself? Right? So he's trying to somehow instigate India and trying to drag India into this matter. What else do we have happening? What is this? Yeah, it's a response to Piers Morgan. So instead of being mad at the US and Israel for kicking the hornet's nest, you're complaining about how well the hornets can defend yourselves. It's a response to Piers Morgan. That's a good response. Yes, Mr. Modi, India's Prime Minister, tweeted this yesterday evening. Spoke with President Dr. Masood Pezeshkian and conveyed Eid and Nowruz greetings. We expressed hope that this festive season brings peace, stability, and prosperity to West Asia. Condemned the attacks on critical infrastructure in the region, which threaten regional stability and disrupt global supply chains. Reiterated the importance of safeguarding freedom of navigation and ensuring that shipping lanes remain open and secure. Appreciated Iran's continued support for the safety and security of Indian nationals in Iran. And it is addressed to Dr. Masood Pezeshkian. So, the Indian Prime Minister condemned attacks on critical infrastructure in the region. So this can be interpreted as a condemnation of Israeli and American activities, Israeli and American strikes on Iran. Because obviously when Mr. Modi speaks with Dr. Pezeshkian, he's not going to condemn Dr. Pezeshkian, right? Right. So yeah, India is doing the balancing act. India has good relations with Iran. India also seeks to have good relations with the aggressors, the Americans and the Israelis. So Mr. Modi is obviously doing his best to ensure that he navigates India's ship through the treacherous waters that have been created by the Americans and the Israelis, right? Because the war, who started it? It is the Israelis and the Americans who started it, not the Iranians. Okay, so India is trying to navigate this turbulent period of time. What else do we have? Dr. Jaishankar. So India's foreign minister spoke with foreign minister of Iran, Syed Abbas Araghchi, and same kind of thing. So that's a few hours after Mr. Modi spoke with Dr. Pezeshkian. Now, this is a tweet from the White House from March 21. Today is March 22, right? March 21, the White House, that is Trump, tweeted this. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the allegedly terrorist regime of Iran. Completely degrading Iranian missile capability, launchers, everything else pertaining to them, destroying Iran's defense industrial base, eliminating their navy and air force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. So how come they were able to shoot down F-35, at least one? Yeah, never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability, and always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to any situation, to such a situation should it take place. Protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies. You failed at that, Donald Trump. You failed miserably. Protecting our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary, and so on, so forth, so on, so forth. The the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by the other nations who use it, and the US does not. So the US has created the situation where the Hormuz Strait is selectively closed, and now the US says that those who use it must guard it and police it, and the US is no longer responsible for this, washing his hands of the mess he has created. Hmm? If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. But you're claiming it's eradicated, right? Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Right. So if it's so easy, why isn't the US walking in and finishing the job and claiming all the glory? So this is from March 21, 2 days ago, 1 day ago. This is from yesterday. Now, this is the tweet from today. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first, President Donald J. Trump. So now he's panicking. Didn't he say that it's the nations that use the Hormuz Strait that need to open it? So why is he now suddenly panicking about the Hormuz Strait? Isn't he claiming here that we are getting very close to winding down this war and meeting our objectives and winding down our great military efforts? So then why was this necessary? And does Donald Trump understand what it means to target power plants of a nation? You're targeting civilian infrastructure, which is a war crime. When the Russians allegedly hit power plants in Ukraine, you were complaining about this. You were calling it a war crime. Now you are threatening a war crime. Right? I mean, look at this. Okay. What is the definition of international terrorism as per 18 USC 23311? Okay. It means activities that involve violent acts or acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the US or any state, or that would be a criminal violation if committed within the jurisdiction of the US, United States, or any state, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and so on. This is a war crime. This is international terrorism that Donald Trump is threatening here. Right? So, yeah. And does Donald Trump really expect that Iran will now suddenly, give up and open up the Strait of Hormuz? Iran has made it very clear that if you hit our power plants, we're going to hit all the power plants in the entire region. And if you then try to hit our desalination plants, Iran, will hit all the desalination plants in the region. Now, when it comes to Iran's power plants, the largest power plant that Iran has, it produces about 4% roughly of Iran's energy needs, electricity needs. So Iran has got a distributed power plant system, network. No one power plant, if you destroy it, will cripple the nation. You're going to have to destroy dozens. But when it comes to Israel, their largest power plant produces about 20 or 25% of the nation's electricity. If Iran takes it out, it's disaster for Israel. Does Trump understand what he is talking about here? So Trump is now talking about massively escalating this conflict. Massively escalating this conflict. Right? This is going from bad to worse now. Okay, so now what else do we have? This is a message from Iran. Okay, they are saying that to the honorable and great nation of the US, this man is not mentally fit for office. He's dishonoring a courageous and diligent nation's reputation by abusing their tax. Your money was meant to build your nation, not bomb our schools. Yeah, they're referring to these threats by Trump. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, so now that's about Iran. Now let's take a look at this, okay? Shocking revelations from a former executive at Lockheed Martin, the company that manufactures F-35 fighter jets. Nalan Yazgan, a Turkish engineer who previously worked as an executive director on an F-35 project at Lockheed Martin, made notable statements regarding the F-35 aircraft. If Turkey had obtained F-35 jets, we wouldn't have been even able to take off with them due to the software. In fact, we shouldn't have taken off with them at all. The F-35 transmits information about all military assets within a certain radius instantly and in real time to the United States and Israel. It's also mentioned that some Turkish engineers involved in the project say that if Washington decides to cut off connectivity or updates to a country, the aircraft would literally turn into a piece of metal unable to carry out combat missions or even routine maintenance. In other words, my dear friends, the F-35, it is riddled with kill switches and backdoors. It is riddled with kill switches and backdoors. I have been warning about this for years, and a lot of geniuses have been laughing at me about that when I talk about kill switches and backdoors. Who's laughing now? When I say something, it may take a few years for the truth to come out, but it does come out. And it's not just the Turks who are talking about this. It's nations, people from the Nordic nations also have made these revelations. So do you really believe, my friends, that India should buy this F-35? Yeah? Which will transmit all information instantaneously and in real time about all military assets in a certain radius in real time to the US and Israel. Do we want everything about our nation to be known in real time to nations that may not be the best of friends of ours? I'm especially talking about the US, not Israel. Do we need that? And you can't take off if the Americans decide you can't carry out a certain mission. And before you carry out a mission, you have to send the entire mission plan and flight data, flight path, etc., to the Americans for approval. Only after they approve it will you get an OTP to start the aircraft. That's the kind of junk they're trying to sell to us. We should stay away from this overpriced flying trash can. Okay? Now, what else do we have? What is this? Oh, yes. The Prime Minister of Japan, okay, Madame Sanae Takaichi, she has gone and paid tribute to the pilot who dropped the atomic bomb on Japan. So if you are a vassal of the United States, you are required to periodically humiliate yourselves in order to please the overlord. Okay? So I get this question from time to time. Is it really a bad idea for India to become an American vassal? We will have prosperity, we will have protection, blah, 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 blah. So if you are an American vassal, you have to first of all buy their third-rate products, which compromise you even further. And then you have to periodically humiliate yourselves. The Prime Minister of Japan was made to go and pay tribute to the person, the pilot who dropped the atomic bomb on Japan. Nice. That is what you get when you become a vassal. And actually, your nation is wiped out through various means, economic means, and your TFR is destroyed. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, this is about Manipur, right? Russia reacts to India detaining Ukrainian nationals, US citizens. Terror charges have been slapped on them. Comment by Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova on India's national NIA detaining Ukrainian and American citizens on charges of being implicated in terrorist activities. So long statement. Okay, let's read it. The Indian media report that 6 Ukrainian citizens and 1 US citizen were detained and taken into custody at international airports in New Delhi, Lucknow, and Kolkata by India's NIA on March 13. Allegedly, these individuals have illegally crossed the border from the Indian state of Mizoram into Myanmar and established contacts with the local armed ethnic terrorist groups with the aim of supplying them with EU-manufactured drones and training them in drone assembly and repair in conducting electronic warfare. The publications quoted the NIA as saying that these armed groups maintain ties with terrorists in northeastern India. The reaction of the Ukrainian embassy in New Delhi was quite revealing, as it reportedly sought to conceal the incident and keep its citizens' questionable activities, which are clearly designed to destabilize the situation in the region, under wraps. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry chose to remain silent on its citizens' violation of India's counter-terrorism legislation and wasted no time baselessly accusing certain Indian and Russian news agencies of deliberately falsifying the facts. The incident clearly shows that Zelensky's neo Nazi regime has a core exporter of instability worldwide. Russia has repeatedly issued warnings about the risks associated with the large scale militarization of Ukraine by NATO and the EU. Weapons supplied to it are inadequately accounted for and may surface anywhere. Today, Kiev is a major supplier of weaponry and military technologies to the global black market, including military product supplies to Latin American drug cartels and training terrorists in Africa. As we can see, the Western created Ukrainian tentacle network is reaching as far as regional conflicts in the Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Just days ago, Zelensky brazenly boasted that several hundred Ukrainian fighters had been deployed to the Persian Gulf area to take part in the ongoing war against Iran as instructors and specialized experts in using unmanned aerial vehicles. Sure enough, enforcing international oversight over Ukraine's military technology exports is out of the question. All of that is the result of lax policies pursued by Western sponsors of Zelensky's regime. Today's Ukraine is undermining regional and global security and stability and is an extremely destructive factor in international politics. Once again, we urge the world majority to take a good look at destabilizing activities of the agonizing Kiev regime, which Western countries use as leverage against Russia and other countries around the world, including India. So that's kind of what's happening in the world right now. Okay. That's kind of a recap and a roundup of what's happening in the world right now. So clearly, once we focus back on Iran, Trump is extremely frustrated. He seems to be running out of patience. He seems to be panicking. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. He says that it should be very easy to open it. The war is almost over. We have almost finished the operation. Iran is almost destroyed. And the EU and other nations should come and open up the Strait of Hormuz. But now he's saying you have 48 hours to open it. Otherwise, I'll blow up your power plants, which obviously is an act of terrorism because it's civilian infrastructure that he's talking about targeting. And Iran is not going to, just sit and let this happen. Iran thus far has been responding to aggressions, right? When the Americans destroyed a desalination plant on Kashmir Island, then Iran went and destroyed a desalination plant in Fujairah or wherever it was, UAE. Or was it Oman, Qatar, wherever it was. When the Americans and Israelis destroyed oil storage facilities in Tehran and other places, Iran went and did that in Saudi Arabia and wherever else. When the US attacked the Paras gas field, the Iranians went ahead and attacked the Qatari gas field, which is an extension of the Paras gas field, right? And now, if Trump goes and attacks power plants, Iran is going to obliterate power plants in the region, which will leave the Gulf nations, the unfortunate Gulf nations, without power. If the Americans then go and attack more desalination plants, the whole Gulf region will be without water very soon if Iran responds by attacking their desalination plants. Clearly, this is extremely frustrating for Trump. He has not achieved any of his objectives despite his tall claims and boasts. And we are now entering more dangerous times. We are entering a more dangerous phase of the war. And Trump, I promise you, every day when he wakes up or goes to sleep, he's thinking of extreme options. And he's the kind of person who, if he makes the Japanese Prime Minister go and pay tributes to the guy who dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he'll be thinking of atomic bombs right now. Right? So, yeah, a very dangerous phase of the war. That's what we are entering. Ideally, Trump should just declare victory, I've won, and he should walk out. But his ego won't allow him to do that. And why? Because even if he declares victory and walks out, the whole world will laugh at him because everyone knows that he has failed. And Trump's ego won't allow this to happen. So he is trying to now escalate. There is even talk about the US sending Marines to Kajur Island or wherever it is. That is going to be suicidal if they try that. Suicidal. So the US doesn't seem to have good options right now. They're running out of extremely critical supplies. They're running out of Tomahawk missiles. They're running out of interceptors. Their THAAD systems and those radars have been destroyed. They are operating blind. Their infrastructure in the region has been either severely degraded or entirely destroyed. The Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, what happened to it? It's gone. If the war ends like this, the US will no longer have any power projection capabilities in the whole of West Asia. The US talks about its awesome aircraft carriers. Where are those aircraft carriers? They have scuttled their aircraft carriers away, hundreds of kilometers away from the uh, the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf region. Why? Because the Iranians will obliterate those. Aircraft carriers are now sitting ducks. They may have the Aegis system for defending the aircraft carriers. Let's say the protective bubble around the aircraft carrier, which is multiple warships. Let's say they have 200 interceptors, Aegis interceptors. What if Iran fires 500 drones, Shahed drones? What happens? It's a mathematical certainty the aircraft carrier will be blown to bits. That's why the Americans have moved their aircraft carriers far, far away. This is the situation right now. Iran has done its homework well, and they're actually, you could say, despite the immense damage they are taking every single day, they are still winning. Understand this. This is something you should learn from Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong's Maoist formulation. See, Mao Zedong, he understood some things very well. One of the things he understood very well is that you can separate political victory from military victory and political defeat from military defeat. And if you are a nation and a people that are resilient enough, you can keep taking military defeat and you can still convert that into political victory. And that's what's happening right now. I'm not saying Iran is being militarily defeated. They are being pounded every day. They are taking damage. And some analysts can interpret that as an ongoing military defeat. But they are winning the political war. Whatever long-term objectives they've had, they are achieving those objectives. Their population is now rallying around the flag. People who are against the regime in Tehran, they are now volunteering for serving the nation in whatever way they can. So the US may be winning tactically day after day by imposing more pain and destruction on Iran. But Iran is winning the strategic war. Do you understand what's happening? That is where we are. That is the situation in the war right now. And Israel is taking tremendous damage. If Iran is taking tremendous damage, Israel is not taking any less damage. Israel is also being significantly damaged. It's taking ballistic missile strikes every single day. Dimona was hit yesterday or today. What is Dimona? Dimona is the city, it's a town close to the Negev nuclear facility. Right? So, that is alarm bells. And the Americans are trying to target Fordo, Natanz, whatever, which is Iranian nuclear facilities. So if they actually do something like that, Iran will go after Dimona. So you can see the escalation threshold being crossed. It's going higher and higher and higher. Very, very bad times right now. And obviously nations who are not involved in the war at all are going to suffer. India depends on LPG. A lot of our LPG comes from Hormuz, the Hormuz region. So now we're going to have to source our LPG from God knows where, from Russia probably. There are many countries that can sell us LPG for sure. But it'll take some time before it reaches us. So yeah, this is a bad time right now. The war is escalating. And Trump is essentially threatening Armageddon. He's threatening the destruction of Iran's power generation plants. And Iran is not going to take that sitting down. Okay, enough of my explanation and overview and summary of what's happening. Let's take some questions. Okay, Tanmay Deshpande says, number one, is Ulfa attack in Assam connected to the Van Dyke arrest? Secondly, will the US force Pakistan, Iraq to attack Iran for its ground invasions? What's my take on this news? It looks like, Ulfa has not been in the news for years, if not decades. It's been a long time since you heard about Ulfa. Ulfa is some terrorist organization that seeks to liberate Assam or something from India. Separatist organization, right? And they are almost defunct. Suddenly, there's a well coordinated attack by Ulfa on Assam police commandos or something. I'm I don't know for sure, but looks like it is clearly something that comes in the wake of the arrest of this terrorist, this regime change specialist Van Dyke, and the Ukrainian terrorists who are with him. Looks There are no coincidences in these matters. Looks like it is connected to this Van Dyke arrest, right? So the guy was training terrorists in drone warfare and God knows what other things across the border in Burma. And Ulfa has a presence across the border in Burma. Ulfa also has a presence in China, Yunnan and whatnot. The Chinese have sheltered some Ulfa top-ranking leaders, terrorists. So I think it's highly likely that this Ulfa attack is connected to the Van Dyke arrest. Will the US force Pakistan, Iraq to attack Iran for its ground invasions? Iraq, I don't see how Iraq can be forced. Iraq doesn't even have a standing army today. Iraq is under US occupation, de facto occupation, not de jure occupation. I'm not sure what the Iraqi armed forces capabilities are. And about 50% of Iraq's population is Shia and they are aligned with Iran. So it's very hard for the US to somehow make Iraq get involved in this matter. The US wanted Kurdish militias to fight against Iran. But the Kurds will say, you betrayed us multiple times, you Americans, in Syria and God knows where else, right? Why should we once again be cannon fodder for your geopolitical games? What do we get in exchange for that? What do we get in return for fighting for you? We are fighting for Kurdistan. So if you want us to fight against Iran, first declare the nation of Kurdistan. The United States must declare it, then we'll fight for you. But that doesn't work because the majority of Kurdistan is in Turkish occupied territory. Doesn't work. So yeah, about Pakistan, yeah, the US may at some point activate Pakistan. We'll see about that. Vishal Roar says Project Kusha M1 trials got completed 150 kilometers range. So let's find out what is this Project Kusha. Project Kusha, what is that? Let's see. Project Kusha. Okay, it's an extended range air defense system. Extended range surface to air missile, 150 kilometers range. Excellent news. I'm glad to hear this. Outstanding. Only Gems says some experts say that the rupee has been kept artificially low. They predict that by the end of 2029 or so, the rupees 3 will become $1. Might be the result of China dumping bonds. What are your thoughts on this, sir? I am not a fortune teller. I am not somebody who sees the future. I don't know if India has the ability to keep the rupee artificially low and manipulate the exchange rates and all that. I'm not sure if India has that ability. I don't think India's RBI can actually make such things happen, right? So, Mike, what's my view on my thoughts on this? My thoughts is that I'm skeptical about this, and overall, yeah, I'm skeptical about this. Okay, rupees 3 will become $1 by 2029. We'll see. As an aspiring aerospace engineer, will I risk death if I advance Indian military-industrial complex internal enemies? Maybe I'm overthinking thoughts. You're an aspiring aerospace engineer. Will you risk death if you advance India's military-industrial complex? You can't advance India's military-industrial complex without becoming part of India's military-industrial complex, which means joining DRDO or joining something else, HAL or whatever, or starting your own big company. A one-man team, there's no such thing as a one-man team in the military-industrial complex. So you either join an existing organization like DRDO, HAL, or some private company, or you start your own company with a bunch of people. And will you risk death? I don't see any DRDO scientists, HAL engineers, or whatever risking death. So I don't think so. M. Keshav says, Bahrain is equal to major Shia. Does Iran capitalize on this? We'll see. Yeah, I mean, wherever you have a majority Shia population, there is a pro-Iran sentiment for sure. Yeah. And in Bahrain, you can say that, it's very likely that the common people of Bahrain who are Shias are not very fond of the Sunni leadership of Bahrain. So Iran can definitely capitalize on this, and that if Iran is able to do that, it will be a significant setback for the United States. Crazy Gamer says, "Salute to you, sir. I wish we had people like you in the government." Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Pratardana says, "Iran war has exposed that India isn't prepared for war." Um, India isn't prepared for war. I'm not sure. Uh, Look, one thing is sure that we are certainly well equipped to defeat Pakistan. Operation Sindoor showed that we have a very high quality, multi layered air defense system. The Pakistanis couldn't hit any target in India. When it comes to our offensive capabilities, we had rules of engagement, etc. Instead of having rules that said destroy them all. So, if the political will is clear, then I think we can certainly defeat Pakistan and achieve whatever objectives we have vis-a-vis Pakistan. When it comes to China, I don't know how well prepared we may or may not be. We obviously have issues like Navik is no longer fully operational, the Indian satellite positioning system, etc. We obviously have a significant room for improvement. So I would not say that India is entirely unprepared for war. I would say that we have areas of significant improvement where a significant improvement is possible. We need a much more augmented navy. We need better distributed lethality. We need more submarines. We need to have stockpiles of maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of drones and tens of thousands of missiles of various kinds. All those things are needed. I'm not sure how large our stockpiles are. But there are certain things that are going quite well, certain things where there is room for improvement. So, and we haven't been preparing for a war the way Iran has been preparing for a war. Iran has been preparing for this war for the past 45 years, 45, 46 years, right? We haven't been doing that because we've had, times where the political leadership kept changing every 3 months, every 2 years or whatever, right? And when you have that situation, there's no long-term planning. But now we have a government that's been in power for about 12 years, whatever. So hopefully there's been progress on that front. That's what I shall say here. Hani Sharma says, I have a CAP interview on the 25th. Apparently they are asking for a lot of current affairs. What should I go through before going except Iran war? 1 out of 2. 1 out of 2. Is there a follow-up to that? A follow-up to that. Shall I talk about the theory of 6 sovereign countries? Definitely can't say we need educational reforms or Aryan invasion theory is false because they might just kick me out of there. What else? Plus any tips, my august sire? They're asking a lot of current affairs. What should I go through? Well, you can't go through. You have this interview on the 25th, 3 days to go. I have never been a big believer in last minute cramming and crash courses in 2 days, 3 days. If you are already interested in current affairs and you've been following current affairs, then you are reasonably well informed. What can you memorize or cram in 2-3 days? I'm not really sure. So I would say, look, I don't know. I don't even know what CAP is, of course. The theory of 6 sovereign countries. This is not a mainstream theory, right? It's something I speak about. Of course, if you're able to explain this properly, why you believe there's only 6 sovereign countries, why the rest are not sovereign, if you can convincingly argue and explain this, then it will definitely be helpful for you, because it shows that you have come up with ideas that are reasonably well thought out and possibly original, right? Yeah, you can't talk about educational reforms because they will not agree with that. You can't say AIT is false because they will be upset with that. Yeah, if you are already keeping track of current affairs and international relations, that should be good enough. But apart from that, I don't really know what tips to give you because I don't even know what CAP is. So anyway, I would say that I know that you have been participating in these live streams and you've been following what I talk about. In that case, you are already reasonably well informed, so that hopefully should help you out. All right, so yeah, all the best, sir. Do well. Okay, what next? Ritik Pawar says, was Khamenei holding Iran back? Now Iran is showing its power. No, Khamenei was not holding Iran back. Khomeini was a member of the old guard. They were not holding Iran back. They were hopeful that there will be a peaceful settlement to the issues. So Khamenei was in favor. Khamenei and the old guard of Iran, who are all dead now, they were in favor of finding some kind of compromise with the US. You know, and that's why they went and signed the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with the US, the Iran nuclear deal. They signed it. It was all was well, and then Trump says, "No, I don't. I'll walk out of it unilaterally." So the US walked out of this deal that they had signed unilaterally. And Khamenei was also against nuclear weapons and so on. And they were not holding Iran back. They were hopeful. They tried one approach. So Khamenei and the old guard, they represented one approach to international relations and dealing with the US. But the US obviously has shown that it doesn't care about negotiations, compromises, whatever. It just wants to destroy Iran. So they were not holding Iran back. They tried their best to have a peaceful approach. And that did not work. That's why Khamenei clearly volunteered to die. And the old guard has been taken out. And the US probably has done a favor to Iran by unleashing new blood among the Iranian leadership, because now it's going to be all hardliners. Vineet Kapur says, Munir had a meeting with Pakistan top Shia clerics. He asked them to go to Iran rudely. All clerics made a video on how they have been treated. Posturing to join war against Iran by Munir on Saudi behalf. Will Saudi Pak join war? Look, so okay, before I go into this matter, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is already involved in the war, right? They have been hit multiple times. You've had at least 3 American large, massive refueling aircraft that were destroyed on the ground in a Saudi airbase. Saudi refinery, at least 1 or 2 have been hit, right? Saudi Arabia has already been hit in this war, and they are already in some shape or form involved in the war. But they are making very sure, the Saudis, that they don't respond, retaliate. Otherwise, it's going to be a full-scale war, and the Iranians can obliterate Saudi Arabia with ballistic missiles and drones. The Saudis don't have a response to that, right? They have bought in the past hundreds of billions of dollars worth of American hardware, military hardware, but that is not going to be enough to fight Iran off. So Saudi Arabia wants to stay out of the war. They don't want to start attempting to hit Iran in response to whatever is happening. But if the war escalates, if Trump carries out his threat and destroys power plants in Iran, then Iran will go after power plants in the whole region, including Saudi power plants. So at some point in time, Saudi Arabia may have to make a decision that now we are taking too much damage, and now maybe we should get involved directly in this war. In that case, Saudi Arabia may invoke its agreement with Pakistan, right? In that case, Pakistan will have to take approval from the United States, because Pakistan's boss is the US, not Saudi Arabia. Pakistan has a deal, an agreement, mutual self-defense agreement with Saudi Arabia, but the big boss of Pakistan is the United States. So if Saudi Arabia tells Pakistan that we have this agreement, you need to fight now with me, then Pakistan will have to take the green light from the US. If the US says don't fight now, the Pakistanis will have to say no to Saudi Arabia and breach the agreement. So it all depends on the US, what the US wants from Pakistan. The US is right now most likely holding Pakistan in reserve, that we will not activate Pakistan's involvement in this war until certain lines are crossed. Then we will have Pakistan into the war. So right now, Pakistan is being kept in reserve. It's like a substitute player in a football match. Only when certain things happen, that's when you activate the substitute player. So that is the deal right now. I don't know about the Shia clerics and all. If he was rude to them, well, I don't know. I've not seen this news, but would not surprise me. Black Panther says, NATO military alliance future over. What we expect from future NATO, EU future, Putin invasion will start. NATO. Is NATO over? NATO is not over. NATO is not over by a long shot. See, Trump has asked the European nations to get involved in the war and send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz and forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz by sending their warships. And the European nations said, no, thank you. We're not doing it. And that's why Trump is furious. And he has accused them of being cowardly. He's called them cowards. But understand this: NATO is not relevant in the West Asia theater, military theater. NATO is relevant in Western Europe. The objective of NATO is to protect Western Europe from hypothetical future Russian aggression. That's why NATO exists. That is the raison d'etre of NATO. That is the reason for existence of NATO. So if Trump says you come and fight here and fight there, Trump should go to hell. That's what NATO will tell Trump. That's what the European nations will tell Trump. This is not our war. You started this, you end it, you deal with it. Why are you trying to drag us into it? That's why they've said no. And that's why Trump is upset. But there's nothing Trump can do about this. So NATO is not over. NATO is still very relevant in Western Europe. What to expect from future NATO? It's going to continue existing. And they're going to be focusing on Russia, right? EU will also continue for the foreseeable future. EU, NATO will both continue. Putin invasion will start? No, Putin invasion will start. Putin is not crazy. Nobody is crazy. Do you think Iran is crazy? Iran is a very sane, grounded, stable nation with a stable leadership. They killed off Khamenei, etc. But Iran's leadership is fine. Iran's leadership is the distributed IRGC leadership. And that is not a bunch of mad people. They are very sane people. So Iran isn't a bunch of crazy people, and neither is Putin. Putin is a very sane leader. Okay. AK Edits says, US under Dems was more cunning than Republicans inf policy. What's an inf policy? US under Democrats was more cunning than Republicans inf policy. Okay. Yuvraj Gupta is a new member. Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the membership of this channel. Thank you. Vineet Kapper says, the Mona has been massively hit yesterday. Iran really hitting where it hurts. War going to dangerous level. Should India allow innocent Iranian migrants? Okay, first of all, let's talk about Dimona before we talk about any migrants. Where is map? We put the map on the screen and we're going to take a look at Dimona. So Dimona is not a nuclear power plant. Dimona is a town. Okay, so let's go to Israel. Dimona is in the Negev desert in the south of Israel. So let's zoom. A Beersheba. Okay, Dimona. This is Dimona. But Dimona is a town. Let's pull up the satellite imagery. You see, if you look here, it's in the southern part of Israel. Dimona is a town. It is not a nuclear power plant. This is the town of Dimona. There's a community center and there's whatnot, and there's a mall here. There's a small airfield here. There's a park and pizza and so on. That is Dimona. But near Dimona, you have this. Not this. Hang on. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Here we have it. The Negev Nuclear Research Center. So as you can see, it's not in Dimona. It's near Dimona. If you measure the distance, it's about 11, 12 kilometers from Dimona. Right? The Negev Nuclear Research Center. And if you see here, you can see that they have a nuclear reactor. You can see the dome of the thing, and so on and so forth. This is the Negev thing. So Dimona was hit yesterday. Dimona. The hits came here, not in the Negev Nuclear Research Center. Okay? So clearly, if the Iranians hit Dimona, it obviously is a warning that if we can hit Dimona, we can hit Negev, right? So it's a warning to the US, and more than the US, it's a warning to Israel that if you try and hit our nuclear facilities, we're going to take out your nuclear facilities. That's what the Iranians are messaging and signaling to Israel and to the United States. Okay, so clearly it's a warning. So yeah, it's escalation once again. So what is the next step in that escalation? You first hit Dimona as a warning. If Israel doesn't get the message, then you hit Negev. if the Israelis hit an Iranian nuclear facility. So yeah, the war is escalating to dangerous levels. Absolutely. Should India allow innocent Iranian migrants? I don't think any Iranian migrants are trying to come to India. So the question doesn't arise. John Amber says, if AI is being used in modern warfare and a strike still hits a school full of children, who is actually responsible? The commander, the programmer, or the algorithm? Was this AI or them blaming AI? So a school full of little children was hit by the Americans in the early initial days of the war against Iran. We know that, right? 300, 400 school children died in that. And it's very clear if you see the footage, it's an American Tomahawk missile that is hitting the school, right? The footage came out in the public domain. So then I think AI has been blamed that some AI system was used by the Americans, which automatically selected targets, and then did it also launch the strikes, or was a human being required to be in the loop who would then review the targets selected by AI and approve some and reject some, and then give the green light for the strikes, or was the whole process taken over by AI, and the strikes also launched by the AI? So we don't know quite exactly how it's happening, right? We don't know what the procedure is, what the process is, whether there is a human being in the loop or not. So in that case, since we are not aware of who is responsible, see, first of all, if you are allowing AI to select targets and then launch strikes, then you're being extremely irresponsible, because there has to be a human being in the loop, right? AI makes mistakes sometimes. We know that. Every casual user of AI knows that AI makes mistakes sometimes. So you need to have a human in the loop, unless you have absolutely no regard for human lives. But we don't know if the Americans have a human in the loop. So then the question is, who do you actually blame? Who's actually responsible? I would say in that case, if we are not aware of who's responsible, the responsibility lies with the commander in chief of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the president of the US. That's what I would say. Prasaradana says, big UAE may buy Indian weapons, US won't like it. We'll see. We will see about that. Right now, it is UAE may buy. It's not like we signed a contract and we have exchanged money and we've sent the weapons. We have not signed any contract as far as I know. There are indications that the UAE is considering buying Indian weapons, and the UAE may buy Indian weapons. Well, we'll see how it goes. If they buy Indian weapons, the US, I agree with you, will not like it. But maybe neither will Iran. And we want to have a good relationship with Iran also. So we will see about this. We'll see. Of course, the UAE doesn't threaten Iran. The UAE seeks to only have a peaceful existence and self-defense. So even if we sell weapons to the UAE, I don't think it really threatens Iran's interests. So we will see about this. When it happens, we can rejoice. Right now, it's a maybe. Okay. Takashi says, Milei sent gold to the UK, unjoined BRICS, converted to Judaism, gave up Falklands, speaks English to appease Trump, took IMF loan and US bailout, wants to join NATO. Well, that's a heck of a lot of coincidences there, isn't there? Has he converted to Judaism, or was he already Jewish by parentage? I'm not sure. Is Javier Milei Jewish? Not that Milei, Mill. Okay, is Javier Milei Jewish or Catholic? He was raised Catholic but has deeply embraced Judaism. Oh, fascinating. Oh, very interesting. Okay, I had no idea what his religion and so on. He has mentioned that his grandfather was Jewish. That doesn't make you Jewish. Your mother has to be Jewish in order for you to be born Jewish. So he is regarded as a Catholic who is highly devoted to Judaism. Very interesting. Now he says he was Jewish from matrilineal descent. You really? What? Let's see. He discovered he was Jewish from matrilineal descent. His grandfather, which grandfather? Patrilineal or matrilineal grandfather? No idea. Okay, so that's okay. He seems to be very devoted to Judaism despite officially being Catholic. Has he given up the Falkland Silence? Let's check that again. Has Argentina relinquished the Falkland Islands to the UK? No, it's not relinquished its sovereignty claim. So, yeah, I was not aware of that, and clearly it's not happened. He speaks English to appease Trump. Yeah, sure. Took IMF loan and US bailout. I'm sure. Wants to join NATO. I don't know about that, but okay. Did he send gold to the UK? Has Argentina sent gold to the UK? Yes, they have done that. Here's Argentina walked out of BRICS. Let's see. Walked out of BRICS. Has Argentina? Yes, they've formally withdrawn from BRICS. Has Argentina taken IMF loans? Taken an IMF loan. Taken. And yes, I'm sure it has. Yes. Okay, does Argentina seek to join NATO? Yes, it's seeking to become a NATO global partner. So a lot of these patterns are indeed correct. A lot of the things that you've said are indeed correct, and some of these may possibly be correct, but maybe Google's AI doesn't want us to know. Who knows? We'll see about that. So an interesting set of converging coincidences, and there is no coincidences in geopolitics. Okay. Prathardana says, we need numbers. Quantity eventually trumps quality. I could not agree more with you. I completely agree with you. That's what I mean. I agree with you. You need numbers, quantity. Quantity trumps quality. Quantity has a quality of its own, and once you have enough numbers, it trumps all the quality. Yeah. So the Americans have the Aegis system. The Aegis system is a system. It's a ship defense system. It's designed to destroy incoming threats like cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones, and so on. Now the Americans have these massive floating targets called aircraft carriers. So how do they protect the aircraft carriers? They create a bubble around the aircraft carrier. The bubble is made up of multiple warships, like 7, 8, 10 destroyers, a couple of submarines, and so on. And each destroyer has an Aegis system, which is a ship defense system. So let's say the aircraft carrier's defensive bubble, let's say it has 200 interceptors, missiles. Let's say it has 300 interceptors. Let's find out. How many interceptors does an Aegis system have? Let's see. Aegis ships typically carry varying loads of SM3, SM6 with over 500. Okay, there's a total of 500 SM3s. Does an aircraft carrier strike group have? How many interceptor missiles does a carrier? Okay, 300 to 400 VLS cells, hundreds of interceptor missiles. Okay, 122. So let's say they have 1,000 interceptor missiles. Okay, so let's say this entire aircraft carrier strike group has 1,000 interceptor missiles. These missiles each cost about $2 to $3 million each. So if 1,000, it's about $2 to $3 billion worth of interceptors. Now let's say I have Shahid class drones. I launched 2,000 of those. Each of these costs $20,000. 20,000, 4 zeros, and you have 3 more zeros, that's 7 zeros, so $40 million. $40 million. With $40 million worth of drones, I can destroy the entire aircraft carrier strike group, just like that, because of quantity. So that's the deal. It's a mathematical certainty that if I have more drones than their interceptors, done. Of course, they will have the point defense guns and so on, but how many? Let's say you launch 2,000 drones and 50 ballistic missiles. That's it. End of story. Guaranteed destruction. So quantity eventually trumps quality. It does. So I agree with you. We need numbers. Swastik Datta says, "Hi from Kolkata. Hello. What if the US says we have achieved our objectives and leaves Iran, and the world media suppresses the facts, and by the time the US takes over Greenland over for Trump's image damage control?" Well, the US can do it. The US can do it, right? So let's say the Trump says we have won, we have defeated Iran, we have achieved our objectives, and we are out of here, and they leave. So then what happens is that the US leaves and loses its entire power projection ability in West Asia because all their bases are destroyed. There are, let's see, okay? US bases in Middle East. Let's see the graphic. I'm sure there's a graphic somewhere. So these are the American bases in the Middle East. Okay, now what are the green boots for? Okay, outposts, air bases, naval facilities. I assure you, Iran has severely degraded all of these, if not destroyed most of these, especially the ones in the Gulf nations, along the Persian Gulf and so on. These are destroyed, finished, wiped out. If the Americans say that we have achieved our objectives and they walk out of this place, then they lose their power projection capabilities in this region. At least significant power, they lose significant power projection capabilities in the region. If they had, let's say, 100% score of power projection in the region, now they'll be left with 30 or 20% power projection capabilities in the region, which is a big setback for them. Now, if the media, world media, suppresses the facts, that's the Western media that will try to suppress the facts. But the non-Western media will let the world know what's really happened. And the world will laugh at Trump that you actually lost this war, right? But anyhow, let's say Trump still leaves and all that, and let's say he doesn't care about what the world is saying, and then takes over Greenland. Well, he can do it. He can take Greenland tomorrow morning. What can Denmark, or Denmark, right? Greenland belongs to whom? Denmark? Norway? Does Greenland belong to Denmark or Norway? Okay, Denmark, of course. Yeah. So what can Denmark do about this? What can NATO do about this? Nothing much. So yeah, Trump certainly can do something like that. And Greenland makes sense for the US to take, like I've said so many times. I think by the time Trump is done, he's going to take Greenland. Alok Patel says, your view on India's plan to join sixth generation European Union jet program, I think it's a stupid idea. India should stay out of these things. India should develop its own fifth and sixth generation fighter planes. And more than fighter planes, we need to focus on unmanned systems like missiles and drones. We need to focus on very large quantities of missiles and even larger quantities of drones. Autonomous unmanned systems is the future. And when it comes to fighter planes, we should develop our own fighter planes. That is my view. Soumya Paul says, why can't so-called non-Western countries like Russia, China, Iran, Myanmar, Belarus, Cambodia, Vietnam, Central Asia, and Sahel nations form a united bloc against the West? See, Myanmar, okay, let's take these nations one by one. Russia and China are kind of working together. Russia, you could say, has kind of become like a junior partner of China right now, the way things are going. When it comes to Iran, Iran is already cooperating with Russia and China. In this war, the Chinese and Russians are providing Iran with intelligence, ISI, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance data. The Chinese and Russians are providing Iran with satellite positioning systems, Beidou and GLONASS. So the Russians, Chinese, and Iranians are already cooperating. Myanmar, the government the whole nation is in chaos because of the civil war that's going on, which is being fueled by the Americans. And maybe the Chinese also, but definitely the Americans. So Myanmar is struggling to control its own country. How will it think about cooperating with other countries right now and playing larger geopolitical games? It can't. Belarus is working with Russia, right? Cambodia. See, if Cambodia tries to cooperate with Russia and China, the Americans can create significant trouble for Cambodia. So Cambodia wants to stay out of these geopolitical games. So does Vietnam. Vietnam already has good relations with the US and even better relations with India. And they are worried about China. So each nation, depending on where it is located, it faces various threats. And obviously it is afraid of the US. And that's why most nations try to hedge their bets and remain as neutral as possible instead of openly, visibly picking one side, which is a non-US side, which is going to make the US very angry. Most nations are worried and afraid of the US, worried about the US. worried about what the Americans can do to destroy those nations or destroy their economies and hurt them. And that's why they're trying to stay out of it. Okay? That's why. Kakashi says, Aragchi indirectly condemned Pakistan aggression to Afghanistan on X. Okay, I haven't seen that. Um, Let us try and find out. Okay, let's not do it because it will take time to dig out this specific tweet. There'll be so many tweets, but okay. Thank you for notifying me about this. Okay, minimalist Maverick says scenario if the US drops poison on Iran's food and water. Let's not discuss such horrible things. We don't want to discuss such things. We don't want to contemplate such horrible actions. And it's not happened, so let's not talk about it. Kakashi says Arakchi is cool and Iranian politicians have great CVs. The Iranian politicians do have great CVs, don't they? They're all highly educated. Many of them have master's degrees and PhDs. Mr. Ali Larijani had a PhD in philosophy or something. He was a scholar on Kantian philosophy. Many of the Iranian politicians have extensive educations. They've either published books or published research papers and so much more. And they are very well educated, very well read. Yes, so that is indeed true. Yeah, compare that with politicians from the US. Compare that with politicians from India, for example. So you can see the difference, right? Iran, the politicians from Iran are a different quality of politicians. Yeah. Kakashi says Saudi PM admitted US Saudi Arabia created Salafism and Wahhabism. See, Saudi Arabia had its own specific form of Islam that did not require women to cover up and all that 150 years ago. Then the Anglos took over the region. They installed the House of Saud as the ruling family of Saudi Arabia. They gave them military protection and so on, and that's how Arabia became Saudi Arabia. And then when you had the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in late 1979, early 1980, that's when the Americans wanted to have this jihad against Saudi Arabia, against the Soviet Union. And that's why the Americans had the Saudis promote this various extreme versions of Islam, whether it is Salafism, Wahhabism, all those things. I don't know exactly what these things are, but apparently extremist versions of Islam or whatever. And so the Saudis did what the Americans told them because the Americans are the overlords. And that's how we have the situation that we have in certain parts of the world today. So, yeah, that is indeed true. Nitesh Joshi says, you think the US would have gone for this war no matter Republicans or Democrats? Most likely. The Democrats, I think the US I think that Israel enjoys bipartisan support in the US. It doesn't matter who's in power, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats. If Israel is in trouble, the US always comes to Israel's aid. If Israel has to go to war, the Americans always assist in that war. So I think the US would have gone to war for Israel even if it was the Democrats who were in power. I don't think it would have made any difference. Kakashi says, you say Islamism/Islamic terror is not a thing. Why? I don't speak about these things. I have never said that this is not a thing, that is not a thing. I don't comment about Islamism or Islamic terrorism. I don't comment about that ever. I have never said it is a thing or it is not a thing. I don't comment about these matters. Okay, I don't know where you have heard me say that Islamism or Islamic whatever is not a thing. I have never said such a thing. I don't comment about this as a matter of policy. As a matter of policy, from day one that I've been on this channel, I don't talk about these things. So I don't know what you've heard, but I've never said that. Swapnil Saxena says, Namaste. What evidence suggests Israel influences US political decisions, and could Epstein files be a factor in the US entering this war? What evidence suggests that Israel influences US political decisions? Well, on day 2 or day 3 of this war, okay, the US Secretary of State, which is their foreign minister, Shri Marco Rubio was having an interaction with the American media. And in that interaction, Shri Marco Rubio ji said that we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran. And we knew that if Israel attacked Iran, Iran would attack us. And therefore, because Israel was going to attack Iran, we also decided to attack Iran. So essentially, he admitted indirectly that Israel dragged America into this war against Iran. And there was no credible evidence that Iran was planning to attack Israel or planning to attack any Gulf nation or planning to attack the US. So if there is zero credible evidence, zero intelligence that Iran is planning an attack on Israel, the Gulf nations, or the US, then why was there a need for the US to attack Iran? There was no need. But Rubio said, we attacked Iran because we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran. That's why we also attacked Iran. So doesn't that tell you, and I'm sure I may not be using the exact same words as Rubio, but you can look up that interaction that Rubio gave, he had with the journalists. And he clearly said, essentially, that Israel dragged us into this war. We went into this war because of Israel. And then the next day he says, no, I didn't say anything like that. But then if you replay those original words, you'll say that he's lying. He's contradicting himself. So Rubio's statements alone demonstrate that Israel dragged America into the war. And America knew that if Israel fights alone, it will not be good for Israel. That's why the Americans entered the war. So the Americans are willing to go to war, to start a war, to enter a war, because Israel is involved against a larger nation. So it's clear, it's unambiguous evidence that Israel clearly influences very major top-level political decisions by the United States, at the level of the US president, at the level of the US military. And the way things have gone thus far, it's almost like the US is serving Israel. I mean, it could not be any more obvious anymore. In the past, people would say you are peddling conspiracy theories. Now nobody can say that you are peddling conspiracy theories when you said that the Americans are fighting on behalf of Israel. It's almost like Netanyahu is the president of the US. That's so obvious now. This is no longer a conspiracy theory, right? So that's just one blatantly obvious piece of evidence. You can do your own research and find more. Could the Epstein files be a factor in the US entering the war? Well, I would not rule it out entirely. Okay. One wonders what else is there in the Epstein files. And obviously that can be held as leverage against US politicians. Let's say US politicians. Okay. So Satyajit says, is this a US West split? Start of US decline. I don't see a US West split right now. But this is unambiguously the visible beginning of American decline. Absolutely visible beginning of American decline. This is not America's Suez Canal moment, the Suez Crisis moment. 1956 Suez Crisis was the official end, the official death of the UK as a first-rate world power. After 1956 and the Suez debacle, the UK became a third-rate world power, at least a second-rate world power. Today, it's a third-rate world power. It's not even a world power. No one takes it seriously now. It's the 51st or 52nd state of the US. That's what the UK is today. So 56, Suez was the death of the British Empire. It was the final nail in the coffin. 2026, Iran is the visible beginning of the decline of the US. It's not the end of the US. But you can now clearly see that the US is in decline. US power projection capabilities are in decline. US prestige is in decline. US credibility is in decline. The US military is in decline. It's very, very visible now. Chirag Srinath says, a slightly different question. How do you view France's position in this conflict? And can it be traced back to Charles de Gaulle's post Second World War push for strategic autonomy, especially after the Suez Crisis and tensions with the US? Okay, France, Charles de Gaulle. So Charles de Gaulle was this great resistance fighter of the French during the Second World War, and for a decade after the Second World War, not immediately after, but later on, there was a he was the president of France for roughly a decade. Not immediately after the Second World War, but a few years later. 60s, around the 60s time, right? That period of time. And Charles de Gaulle was fiercely he was fiercely in favor of French sovereignty and independence and strategic autonomy. And France, for some time, even withdrew from NATO's core working group, right? And because of Charles de Gaulle's policies and the direction he took for France and the course that he charted for France, that's why France today is the most strategically autonomous nation within the EU and NATO nations. It is a quasi-sovereign nation. It has a quasi-independent foreign policy. Not entirely sovereign, not entirely independent, but the most independent and most sovereign among all of the NATO and EU nations, right? Because the French have their own aircraft carriers, they have their own jet engines, they produce their own fighter jets, the Rafales, the Mirages, and so on. The French have their own nuclear weapons, they have their own missiles, ballistic missiles, so they independently have their own deterrence. In the case of the UK, they have aircraft carriers, but those can't be defended against supersonic, hypersonic missiles. Even the French Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier can't be defended against that. But apart from that, the UK's nuclear deterrent, their nuclear warheads are mated to American Trident missiles. Okay, which means that the big red button is not in London, it's in Washington. So the UK's nuclear deterrent is actually an American nuclear deterrent. In the case of France, the big red button sits on Monsieur Macron's desk. Right, so that way, France is way more strategically autonomous than any EU or NATO nation. France, I don't believe the French have any US bases on their territory. They don't host American military personnel, and the French intelligence agencies do not see the US as a friendly nation. Right? They see the US as an adversary. So all of this. A lot of this is because of the course that Charles de Gaulle plotted for France in the 20th century, right? And the Suez Crisis was a slap in the face for France as well, not just for the UK. So for the UK, it was the final humiliation. It was the final nail in the coffin of the British Empire. But the French also were involved in the Suez Crisis. In 1956, the British, the French, and the Israelis tried to attack, invade, occupy, and control Egypt. They made landings in Suez, in Port Said, and so on. And they did succeed initially before the Americans told them to get the hell out. And they had to get the hell out. So the French were also involved. And they also had to ignominiously slither away from Suez, just like the British. It was kind of humiliating for the French as well as the British. So, with all that in mind, what is France's position in this conflict? France is not directly involved in this conflict in any way whatsoever. Where is the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier? Let's find out. I don't think it's anywhere nearby. It must be in the Mediterranean right now. Where is the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle currently? Where is it right now? It is in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. Okay, specifically, like I said, it's clearly in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. It's located northwest of Cyprus, 100 kilometers roughly off the coast of Turkey. So, 100 kilometers, where? Northwest of Cyprus. Let's take a look at that. So, Cyprus is in the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. Okay. So, here we have Cyprus. It is approximately 100 kilometers off the coast of Turkey, northwest of Cyprus. So somewhere in this region is where the Charles de Gaulle is. It is not exactly near Israel or something. So yeah, it's in a kind of forward position, but kind of neutral position as well. And I don't think there's any French warship in the vicinity of the Persian Gulf. So France is kind of staying out of the conflict, especially from a military perspective. Diplomatically, they must be obviously saying that, please stop the war and blah blah blah. But yeah, the French have stayed out of it. Trump will definitely want that the French get involved with their warships, but France is not stupid; they won't do it. So I think the French are doing the right thing by staying out of it militarily. Mr. Henlo says, if only the US had a strong man on Iran's border who also hated Iran. Too bad they took him out first. Also, thoughts on Indians vacationing east best. If only the US had a strong man on Iran's border who also hated Iran. Well, they had one, right? But they hanged him. His name was Saddam Hussein al Tikriti. Saddam Hussein al Tikriti. They hanged him. Saddam did not exactly hate Iran, but he did not mind more territory. Right? So they had Saddam fight Iran, didn't they? In what, 1980 or something, Saddam invaded Iran with American blessings, with American funds and weaponry and all that. And his army intruded into Iran, went about 50, 60 kilometers into Iran, and then got bogged down for a decade. And Saddam Hussein, for 5 or 6 years, he was begging for a ceasefire. And the Iranians said, no, we don't want a ceasefire. You started this, we're going to end it. So even then, when the regime was new, the Iranians said, we don't want to stop, we don't want to end the war. We'll fight. You started this, now you're going to pay the price. Yeah, so today there's no Saddam Hussein. The Americans hanged him. And yeah. Thoughts on Indians vacationing east best. Go east. There are many fantastic countries in the east, right? There's the beautiful nation of Thailand with such beautiful culture. I have been to Thailand. I've been to Bangkok in 2023 in autumn. Beautiful place. There are Vishnu temples on every street corner almost, right? I went there for the World Hindu Congress, which happened that year. Thailand is beautiful. Cambodia is beautiful. Vietnam is a fantastic place. You could even go down south, Sri Lanka. You can even visit Mauritius. There's plenty of nice places within India itself. You could go to Korea. You could go to South Korea. You could go to Japan. There's plenty of wonderful countries in the east. You can even visit Russia's far east if you like. Wonderful place. Kamchatka, Sakhalin, Vladivostok, and so on. So it's up to you essentially, but I would say Indians should also explore the eastern nations, not just keep going westwards. Okay. Tiger Okando says, I have qualified for PhD TIFR exam physics and have interview at TIFR Bangalore. At 24, I am extremely nervous. Please provide me with some guidance. Well, you see, being nervous it's not unusual. No matter how well prepared you are, when you're going into an unfamiliar situation, a high stakes situation, it's natural to be nervous. So it's okay. But clearly you are prepared for what you're doing. You have qualified for the PhD TIFR exam. Have you passed the exam or have you qualified for the exam? I'm not sure what is qualified for exam. And you have an interview. Well, I would say, look, on the 24th, you have the interview, right? Today is 22nd, day after tomorrow. Well, I would say, you know what? Trust in your abilities. Trust in your abilities. If you've qualified for the exam and for the interview and all, it means that you're already well prepared, right? So do whatever revision you can do in the next 24 hours. Don't overdo it. Okay? Do the revisions, look at the concepts. I'm not sure what they ask in PhD qualifying exams. They will ask you fundamentals essentially. They may ask you to derive things on the whiteboard, blackboard. They will try and understand how rigorously you understand the fundamentals of theoretical or whatever physics, of physics. They may ask you to derive certain things from first principles. So you need to be well prepared with the basics, with the fundamentals. You don't need to solve complicated things or whatever. They will test your fundamentals, your basics. They will try and see if you can solve problems on the go, that sort of thing, I suppose. I mean, if I was an examiner, that's what I would do. I would not ask you complex questions. I'll ask you fundamental basic questions to see if you really have the basics down. So prepare for that. And obviously, 24 hours is not enough to learn something new. Just revise all that you know. Revise the fundamentals, the basics, the core concepts that underlie all of physics. And yeah, all the best. All the best. Being nervous is natural. Sachin Tendulkar played I don't know how many 200 test matches. Even on the last when he played the last test match, the night before he was never able to sleep well the night before a test match, right? So that is normal, no matter how well prepared you are. So that doesn't mean that you aren't well prepared. It just means that it's a high stakes situation, and it's an unfamiliar situation for you. So that's normal. Don't worry about it. Okay, trust your abilities. Trust everything you've learned. Prepare as much as you can over the next 24 hours without overdoing it, and try and sleep well before the interview. Try and sleep 8 hours, and then leave the rest to the gods. All right. All the best. Do well, sir. Do well. Let me know. Let me know in the next live stream how it went. Okay. All the best. Do well. Hyphen says history shows empires fall when they grow too large. Is the US making the same mistake? Is expanding beyond control, as seen in struggles in West Asia? The US has expanded across the world. Yeah. And the mistake they are making is not that they've expanded too far and overstretched themselves. That's not the mistake they are making. The mistake they have made in the current war is they have underestimated their enemy, or the nation that they want to destroy. They have underestimated Iran. They have not done a proper, even basic Clausewitzian analysis of Iran. What's Clausewitzian analysis? Carl von Clausewitz. Let me tell you who Carl von Clausewitz was. He was a great German, Prussian general and war analyst. Carl von Clausewitz. Okay, this guy. Okay. And he obviously wrote the great book Vom Kriege, on war. And he came up with the concept of Schwerpunkt, right? Center of gravity. So center of gravity is not something that you make fun of. It's an actual military concept. So even if you examine, even if you do a Clausewitzian analysis of Iran and the center of gravity and the critical strengths, critical weaknesses, and critical requirements of Iran, then you will see that the US has failed to do it properly. They have come into the war with the wrong assumptions and without doing the right kind of homework. They assumed that Iran's critical vulnerability is its nuclear program and the personhood of its leader. They thought this was the center of gravity of Iran, the nuclear program and the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. They thought if we strike on Iran's nuclear program, nuclear facilities, and if we kill the leader, Iran will come begging for a surrender. That was a huge mistake. That is not Iran's center of gravity. Iran's leadership is dispersed. It's like a fault-tolerant network. You take out multiple nodes, the network still survives. It is fault-tolerant. So that's what Iran is. Its center of gravity is not the personhood of the supreme leader. They kill the supreme leader, the IRGC will put out a new supreme leader without losing any functionality. So the Americans underestimated the Iranians. And secondly, they were not prepared for the quantity versus quality battle. They did not anticipate that Iran will have so many drones and missiles. And the economics of their war is just wrong. And they went in without knowing what they wanted to achieve. They assumed that it will work out in 24 to 48 hours if we kill the Ayatollah. There was essentially no plan B. So now the situation is that the military actions will perhaps dictate political outcomes or whatever, which it should be the other way around. So they have made a category error. It should be that war is a continuation of politics by other means, but here you have politics becoming a continuation of war by other means. So the Americans have made massive mistakes, multiple mistakes in this war. They've underestimated Iran. They have miscategorized Iran's center of gravity. They have not been prepared for what Iran would throw at them. They have not done their homework. They have been full of hubris and arrogance. And now they are panicking. They've involved all the Gulf nations in the war. They're trying to escalate now, right? So they have the military might, but they have approached the war in all the wrong ways. And they don't have the means to produce the kind of the number of weapons you need to take on Iran. They are running critically low on Tomahawk missile stockpiles, on interceptor missiles, on so many things. And even if they try to ramp up production, it will take a couple of years for their military industrial complex to start producing, churning out weapons in those quantities. And those weapons are going to be incredibly expensive. So they have made mistake after mistake after mistake. And they are in a situation I don't know how they will extricate themselves out of. Right. But it's not yet the fall of the empire. But it could be the beginning of the decline and soon perhaps fall. If the Chinese learn the lessons of the war and then they'd go after Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, good God, what will happen? If that goes in China's favor, it's end of days for the US. ICMBs says, your take on India wanting to join FCAS or GCAP. FCAS is one of those fighter jet programs, right? European thing or whatever. Let's see. FCAS. Future Combat Air System. European Combat System of Systems under development by Dassault Aviation, Airbus, and Indra Sistemas. What is Indra Sistemas? Really? Indra Sistemas? Spanish company. Okay. What is GCAP? GCAP. GCAP. What is GCAP? GCAP, Global Combat Air Program. A merger of British Tempest and Japanese FX programs partnered with Italy. So these are programs to produce sixth generation air fighter jets. Should India join these programs? I don't think it's a good idea. India should develop its own programs. I am fundamentally against the joining foreign programs. Right now, India should focus on mass producing high quality but cheap drones in lakhs, and also producing tens of thousands of missiles of various kinds. India should have the quantity that will ensure it defeats any quality from any country. We need probably millions of drones and tens of thousands of missiles, maybe hundreds of thousands of missiles. When you have that, you don't even need jet fighters, right? And when it comes to fifth, sixth generation fighter planes, India should develop its own. That's what I believe. Piyush Sinha says, what will Israel gain if the allegations of their involvement in India's northeast is true? What will they gain by creating instability in India if they know that India always stood with them in their difficult time? Listen, nobody gives a damn you stood with them in their difficult time and so on. Nobody gives a damn. In geopolitics, doesn't matter. In the Second World War, the Russians and the Soviets and the Japanese had a non-aggression treaty, neutrality treaty. The Japanese did not ever do a thing against the Soviets. But 2 days after the Americans dropped the Hiroshima bomb, the Soviets attacked Japan and took Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands from Japan. And more than the nuclear tests, it was the Soviet betrayal that made Japan surrender. That's how it goes. Nobody cares that you always stood by them. Nobody gives a damn. Okay, let's not be all emotional. In geopolitics, no one cares. Okay, oh, you always stood with us. We will always be true to you. Nonsense, no such thing. Understand that first of all. We need to remove our emotions out of all considerations in geopolitics. Otherwise, you will always be played for a fool. If you are an emotional person, you think, oh, you know what? I always stood by you, and I expect you will also stand by me. Nobody will stand by you. Unless you have something to offer, or unless they have something to gain from you. Now, what does Israel stand to gain? Let's say involvement in India's northeast. Look, what are the facts that we know of? Let's forget about what the allegations are, blah, blah, blah. What facts do we have? Here's one set of facts that everyone knows to be true. There's a bunch of individuals called cookies who currently squat on Indian territory in Manipur. Okay? Cookies. They're not Indians, they're not even Burmese. We know that. Now, the cookies claim that they are one of Israel's lost tribes. They claim that we are Jewish, actually. Our ancestors were one of the Israeli lost tribes. There's no genetic evidence. Genetic evidence is that they're not Jewish at all. But Israel says, okay, fine. We are happy with that. So, what the Israelis do is they baptize and convert these people to Judaism, and then they bring them to Israel, give them citizenship, and settle them. These cookies are settled in conflict zones in Israel, territories taken from the Palestinians, and so on. That's where the cookies are settled, and they are made to join the armed forces and fight against the Palestinians and whoever else. So that is what the Israelis are using the cookies for. So that is one thing we know for sure is happening. There's a bunch of cookies, a certain number of cookies who are Israeli citizens. And when this entire cookie terrorism in Manipur started, there was a lot of support for the cookie terrorists in Manipur from the Israeli cookies. That also we know. There were Israeli cookies, posing with automatic weapons and threatening the Meiteis, the Manipuris, on social media. So that is a known fact. A couple of years ago, there was a bunch of Indian journalists and one Indian politician who went on a trip to Israel, and the government of Israel brought a cookie rabbi to meet this Indian group and to explain Israel's position on Manipur. Now, this is clear interference in the internal affairs of India. So that also is a fact. It is well known that this thing happened. This cookie rabbi was brought to meet with the Indian delegation and explain in Israel's position on the Manipur thing. What business does Israel have to interfere in India's internal matters? This guy may be a cookie, but he's an Israeli citizen. So stay out of Indian matters, right? So these are facts that we are aware of. Now, what does Israel stand to gain because of their involvement in this region and the conflict and so on, if there is any involvement? Well, I think that question should be asked to Israel. I can only speculate, and I don't know what actually they stand to gain. Right? But these facts that I've listed out, you can fact check that, right? Go and do a Google search. Go and search on social media. Don't ask me to spoon feed you. Where's the evidence? Find it. That's what I'd say. Okay. The Strummer says, back in our school days, teachers used to slap one kid so the other kids making noise would stop and set an example. Shouldn't we as a country do the same? First of all, if a teacher slaps a kid, the teacher needs to have their bones broken, actually. Teachers have no business slapping somebody's kids. First of all, that's one thing. Okay? Now, secondly, in geopolitics, it's a great thing to do. Teachers have no right to hit kids. If a teacher hits somebody's kid, that kid's parents should come and break the bones of the teacher, actually, because hitting someone's child is a crime. So teachers have no business doing that. But when you transpose this scenario into geopolitics, it's a fantastic idea. Yeah. The Chinese have this proverb, right? Kill the chicken to frighten the monkey. It's a good idea in geopolitics. Kill the chicken to frighten the monkey. Yeah. Pratardana says, Ghatak and CATS warrior drones in numbers are more important than any fighter jet program for India. Cost of these will be much cheaper than any jets. I completely agree with you. What's the objective? What does a fighter jet do? In the Indian context, fighter jets are either interceptors who will take out incoming hostile aerial assets, or they will be used for destroying enemy assets on enemy territory, which means the fighter jet needs to either hit the enemy assets from standoff ranges from within Indian airspace, or cross over into hostile airspace and then attack targets on the ground. These are very high risk missions. You have a fighter jet that costs millions of dollars, and you have a human being inside the fighter jet And you've trained that person over a period of many years, and you've spent God knows how many millions of dollars in that. That human being is a very valuable asset, and the fighter jet is very valuable. Now you can achieve the same objectives using unmanned drones, cheap drones that are a fraction of the cost of a fighter jet. Especially when it comes to a nation like Pakistan, you can use drones to achieve all your objectives. So why do we need to waste so much money on fighter jets? We do need fighter jets. I'm not saying we should not have fighter jets, but we can have drones do everything a fighter jet does. So we should have fighter jets, but those should be high tech, high quality fighter jets that should be used for only very specific missions. Especially, and those missions should be undertaken only after drones have sanitized the enemy airspace and enemy defenses. That's what fighter jets should be used for. Not dogfighting is a 20th century thing. There's no dogfighting today, but the Indian Air Force is still practicing dogfighting. So I completely agree with you. The Ghatak is an unmanned combat aerial vehicle, right? It's a stealthy unmanned aerial combat vehicle. We need to produce these assets in large numbers, and we need to have even smaller drones. The Ghatak is supposed to go and be used as a fighter plane and as a bomber, and then it's supposed to return back to base. So Ghatak is still going to be a reasonably expensive platform. But I would say use cheap, expendable drones that are essentially flying bombs that are on a one-man mission, suicide mission. Use those drones, like the Harop drone, like the Shahed drone, and so on. Produce these in very large numbers so that you can launch saturation strikes on the enemy that the enemy simply will be just overwhelmed by the numbers of drones. And that's how you just wipe out the enemy's defenses and their assets. So then why do you need fighter jets? Once that is done, you can have fighter jets go in and maybe land on the enemy's airports and take over physically. After suppressing the enemy air defenses and the enemy personnel. So fighter jets are now increasingly becoming redundant. Even the American F-35s and other fighter planes are being shot down by the Iranians. They are supposedly the best in the world, right? The F-15s and F-35s and all. Do you see how dangerous it is to have fighter jets and to operate fighter jets in contested airspace now? So I completely agree with you that these assets, flying munitions, suicide drones, and Ghatak like platforms, these are the future of aerial combat, and that's what India needs to invest in. Fighter jets are increasingly a relic of the 20th century. We should still have some. We should still have our own high quality jet engines and all that. But we should not put them in harm's way. We should instead use drones for putting them, and put drones in harm's way where anyway, it doesn't matter if a drone is destroyed or not. Polynomial says the only option the Americans have is to back out of the conflict, but this may not be politically feasible. Does it mean a war might start somewhere else, which gives them an exit strategy? Interesting. So the Americans, their best option is to back out of the conflict. I completely agree with you. But this is not politically feasible, because if you back out now, even if you claim victory, the world will laugh at you. And even the American voters will laugh at Trump. And they will say that you have led our nation to its biggest humiliation since Vietnam. And that will be the end of Trump's political career. He's going to be humiliated and whitewashed in the midterms in November. That seems to be more and more likely now. So what can Trump do about this? He has to somehow win. But there is no way he wins against Iran. Even if he nukes Iran with 10 nuclear bombs, it's not going to work. Why do I say this? Because Iran is so mountainous that even a nuclear weapon, if it is detonated somewhere, will produce local destruction. But the nuclear fallout, radiation, will not spread horizontally. It will first go vertically up because of the mountains, and only after it reaches a certain altitude will it start spreading horizontally, and then it will spread over the entire region, West Asia, including Israel. It will even come to Pakistan, India. And it doesn't kill people immediately. The effects are long-term effects. If you're exposed to radiation, you may have cancer in 5-10 years, but you won't die immediately. So you'll keep fighting. So even if you detonate 10 nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, it's not going to prevent Iran from stop fire from fighting. They will keep on fighting another 10 years. So even if Trump employs nukes, he's not winning this war. So what does he do now? Does he start a war somewhere else? Well, he can invade Greenland, sure. That will be a big victory for the Americans. They'll gain a big chunk of territory. But will that be enough to offset the humiliation they are going to suffer in Iran? That they may suffer in Iran. I'm not sure. Where else can he start a war? Who else does he attack? Does he attack China? Oh man, that is, maybe the Chinese are waiting for that. What does he do? Does he attack Russia? That is suicidal. Attacking Russia is, if you can't deal with Iran, do you think you can deal with Russia? I don't know where he starts a new war, which gives them an exit strategy. Right now, in a few months, the Chinese may be tempted to start a war with Taiwan, or about Taiwan, to launch an invasion of Taiwan, because America's resources are getting depleted very rapidly. Their interceptors, they're very short on interceptors. They're very short on Tomahawk missiles. They're short on THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Systems. They're short on everything. The EU is short on munitions. NATO is short on munitions because all the munitions have been eaten up by Ukraine. It's actually a fantastic opportunity for China to wait a few more months for the war to go on so that the US reserves are further depleted and then launch an invasion on Taiwan. I don't see Trump having an exit strategy anywhere. Even if he uses nukes, it's not going to have America win the war. Trump has dug himself into a very deep well. I'm not sure how he exits this well. But it's going to get worse. He has given a 48-hour deadline, ultimatum to the Iranians. And the Iranians are saying nothing doing. So I am seeing more escalation coming now. Trump is, if we are not careful, Trump is going to turn this into World War III. Yeah. Ankita Kachap says, good evening, ma'am. What about Israel? What did it achieve in terms of peace and stability in the region in the long run? That's a good question. What were Israel's objectives in all of this? Netanyahu probably wanted regime change in Iran. Israel is right to be worried about Iran. Iran has consistently since 1979 said that Israel does not have the right to exist. So from Israel's perspective, it is correct for them to worry about Iran and want a regime change. Israel says that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. Well, that's a hypocritical stance because Israel has its own nuclear weapons. So if they can have nuclear weapons, why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? But they say, it's not allowed. So Israel's objectives were, first of all, the destruction of Iran's military capabilities. Secondly, the destruction of Iran's nuclear capabilities and nuclear program. And thirdly, regime change. And fourth, ideally, balkanization of Iran. Now, these are the objectives that Israel had. How many of these objectives have they achieved? None. They have not destroyed Iran's military capabilities. They have not destroyed Iran's drone and nuclear and missile capabilities. They have not destroyed Iran's nuclear program or nuclear capabilities. They have not done. They have not successfully achieved a regime change in Iran, and they are years away from ever balkanizing Iran. They have achieved none of these objectives, but they have taken a tremendous amount of damage in Israel, on Israeli territory. Tel Aviv has been hit over and over and over again. Haifa has taken tremendous damage. Other parts of Israel have taken damage. Hezbollah has been activated. They are launching missiles at Israel. Dimona has been hit by ballistic missiles. So Israel is taking almost as much damage as Iran is taking. And Israel's number one ally, America, the United States, its bases have been essentially destroyed in the region. So if Israel thought that it will achieve an easy victory and achieve peace and stability in the region, they have achieved the exact opposite of that. And their people are in the process of suffering. They are being hit every day by Iranian missile strikes. And these missiles many of these missiles are launching cluster munitions. So one missile launches 50 or 60 submunitions that all hit independently, and each is a separate explosion. So clearly, Israel has not achieved any of the objectives it sought to achieve. Has Israel gained any territory? It's trying to grab some territory from Lebanon. If it can defeat Hezbollah and take some territory from them, that could be one gain that they may achieve if they are able to succeed. I'm not sure if they'll be able to succeed in that also, because we'll see about how it goes. So long run, I don't see peace and stability being achieved in the region. Long run, there is destabilization that's been achieved in the region. So yeah, it's not gone the way they wanted at all. Anabil Sarkar says 10 Ukrainian drone operators soldiers beat 2 battalion NATO forces in 2025. NATO can't beat Russia. 10 Ukrainian drone operators soldiers beat 2 battalion NATO forces in 2025. NATO can't beat Russia. Okay, I'm not aware of this incident, but okay. NATO can't beat Russia. Well, we'll see. See, if you want to defeat Russia, you need to have better capabilities in Russia. And you also need strategic depth. Russia has tremendous strategic depth because of Siberia. Enormous territory. Even if they take tremendous damage in a war, they can simply move their factories further eastwards, and they have all the resources there. Just like Operation Barbarossa, 1940s. And Russia, over the past 4 years, has learned how to fight a 21st century war. Right? They have chosen to take the long approach, frozen conflict, that sort of thing, long war scenario. But they know how to fight a 21st century conflict with drones, with missiles, and so on. And they have ramped up their production of drones, missiles, munitions, weapons, all of those systems. And their air force is more or less intact. And Russia has done a very, very wise thing by keeping their air force out of harm's way. Most of their air force. Some of their aircraft would have been destroyed and so on. We know Operation Spiderweb, that was on the ground. But they have not pressed large quantities of fighter planes into service, into operations over hostile territory. So Russia has actually done the right things. They've been very wise. And their military industrial complex is now churning out weapons, munitions, everything in very large numbers. If there is a war between Russia and NATO, I don't see NATO prevailing at all. Yeah. Me Nishant says, are Sunnis on Israel's radar after Shias are done? I have no idea. I don't know. No idea. Sorry. Can't speculate. You see. M. Keshav says, my earlier question stemmed from the fact that any scientist who tried something revolutionary has been hurt in some ways. Nambi Homi Baba scares me. What was your earlier question? About you getting into military industrial complex, will that harm you? Well, yeah, I know what you mean. Homi Baba, we know that he was killed off in a plane crash, which was very suspicious, and they did not, that. Nambi Narayan, all those false allegations were made against him, and so on. So, look, when you are in national security and defense and all, there's always some potential danger that could be there. So you have to be cognizant of that, right? If it is something that if a certain degree of potential danger is something that you don't want, then you should go into a different sector, I would say. Yeah. Clavian says, 2 questions first. Why was Hitler so obsessed with Nordic people in his Aryan ideology? Secondly, if a nation is peaceful for 60 or 70 years, do they become soft? Why was Hitler so obsessed with Nordic people in his Aryan ideology? I don't know. I have not tried to do a psychoanalysis of Adolf Hitler. So, and he himself did not have that much of a so-called Aryan appearance. So, according to his worldview, Aryan means North European. People with blue eyes and blonde hair and those Nordic features. That was Aryan according to him. And today, because of that Nazi worldview, the entire world believes, including lots of Indians, that Aryan means blue-eyed, blonde-haired, and white-skinned. And even Indians believe this, despite Indians and Iranians being the actual Aryans, not the white people. So the actual Aryans are brown people. The Arya people are Indians and Iranians, our Vedic ancestors, not the whites. But Hitler reconfigured the meaning of Aryan, right? So I have no idea why I was obsessed with these people. I don't know. I have not really bothered to study the roots of his obsession. I have not read Mein Kampf. Maybe there is some answer to your question in Mein Kampf, but I haven't read it, so I don't know. But it is what happened, and the world is still dealing with the consequences of the nonsense. Secondly, if a nation is peaceful for 60 or 70 years, do they become soft? Short answer, yes. War is horrible. War is brutal. War is cruel. But war prevents a nation from going soft. War, despite all the cruelty, all the inhumanity, all the tragedy, it has the effect of rejuvenating nations. It cuts off all the fat and the flab from a nation. It solves the problem of elite ore production. It solves the problem of mediocrity. The ore produced elites are taken care of by wars, and the mediocre people who may be in battle are taken care of by war. And in warfare, if it's a protracted war, there's going to be field promotions on the battlefield. What's a field promotion on a battlefield? You're fighting a battle, you're a platoon or a company or whatever, 80 soldiers, led by a commander. And let's say during the course of battle, your commander loses his life. Tragic. Now, what do? You need someone to lead you. Now, how are you going to decide who becomes the commander because the commander is dead? Are you going to see, oh, who is the senior most person here? No. You're going to promote the most capable person to the post of commander. That's called a field promotion. It happens when your commander is killed in battle. So when you have field promotions, the most capable people rise to the top. If a war goes on for long, you're going to have field promotions all across the board. And then at the end of the war, you have the most capable people leading the armed forces and potentially the political class of the country. So wars harden nations. Wars make nations, in a way, much better. But obviously, wars cause immense suffering to the most innocent of the people, which is the civilians. So you see, that's the trade-off. Without wars, a nation becomes soft and obsessed with all the wrong ideas. But if you have wars, there's going to be suffering, but it makes the nation far better. And it weeds out the people who can't survive tough times. So war is like winter in the northern areas. Yeah. Right. Fast Snail says, what can China do to stop Japan's nuclear program? Can they? They can't do a thing. Japan doesn't have a nuclear program. They have a civilian nuclear program. They have reactors, some of the best reactors in the world. But Japan is not in the process of developing nuclear weapons. If they want to develop nuclear weapons, they can have them next week. That's how advanced their nuclear technology is. What can China do to stop it? Nothing. Of course, Japan, if they acquire nuclear weapons, they will have to test them. The Chinese can protest and do diplomatic protests and so on and so forth. But again, that makes no big difference. But my view is that if Japan does acquire nuclear weapons in the future, it's going to be American nuclear weapons, most likely. Which means that the Americans will park their nuclear weapons on Japanese territory and point them at China. Just like the situation in Pakistan. I don't believe for 1 second that the nuclear weapons in Pakistan are Pakistani made. 99.9%, my opinion is that these are American nuclear weapons in Pakistan, on Pakistani territory. So Pakistan is the custodian of these weapons, but the weapons are actually in the custody of American technicians on Pakistani territory, and they're aimed at India. So that is most likely what the Americans will do vis-a-vis Japan, aimed at China. Sachdev Satyajit says, how dangerous are dirty bombs? Will Iran use one? So before I answer how dangerous they are, the question is, will Iran use one? Iran is not a stupid nation. Iran won't use one unless they are targeted with nuclear weapons. If Israel or the US detonates nuclear weapons on Iran's territory, then Iran will not hesitate from using conventional or dirty nuclear weapons. If they have conventional warheads by now, they will use those. If they don't have conventional warheads, they definitely can manufacture dirty bombs because they have fissile material, hundreds of kilograms of moderately 60% enriched uranium. So what's a dirty bomb? A dirty bomb is a normal chemical bomb. So, what is a chemical bomb? A hand grenade is a chemical bomb. A tank shell is a chemical bomb. A ballistic missile conventional warhead is a chemical bomb, right? Plastic explosive, which you see in movies, these are chemical bombs. So a dirty bomb is a standard chemical bomb which also has uranium or plutonium along with it. So when the chemical explosive explodes, it's going to either fragment or vaporize the uranium or the plutonium or whatever uh, radioactive material is there in the package. And that will be dispersed over a very wide area, causing massive radioactive fallout and contamination of the area. So it won't kill people immediately, but people will gradually start falling sick. People who are exposed to massive doses of radiation, they will have radiation sickness in a couple of days. Some of them may die in a week or two, maybe a month. Other people, you may have cancer after 5 years, after 10 years. You may have children born with defects. So that is a long-term disaster. But immediately it's just an explosion of a chemical bomb. So that's a dirty bomb. It doesn't kill people in large numbers like a nuclear weapon, like a proper nuclear detonation, but it irradiates a large area. Depending on the size of the chemical explosion, the magnitude of the chemical explosion will determine the size of the irradiated area in a certain radius around the place where the explosion happened. And if the explosion happens in midair, then the fallout will be larger. It depends. Okay. Abhay Singh says, on a retarded leader scale from Kaiser Wilhelm to JL Nehru, where will you rank Trump? Good God, what a question, and what a pertinent question. Where do I rank Trump? Well, I don't know if you can compare Trump with Mr. Nehru. Mr. Nehru was magnificent. Trump is behaving like a demented madman right now. Where will I rank Trump? Maybe he shows some characteristics of Il Dulce, Benito Mussolini. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let us be done with the Trump presidency. Then we will be able to better rank him in the hierarchy with the benefit of hindsight. Right now, the person who he reminds me the most of is Benito Mussolini. I'm not saying Trump is fascist, but personality-wise. Vision says, there is a sudden influx of cookie militancy videos on my Twitter for you feed any propaganda. There is a sudden influx of cookie militancy videos on my Twitter for you feed. Is that propaganda? I have no idea. So there are two tabs on Twitter. One is the bunch of people you follow, the accounts you follow, and the other one is for you, which is determined by the Twitter algorithm. I don't know on what basis they decide what you should see, but there's a for you feed, yes. And you're saying that there's a big influx of cookie terrorism militancy videos on your for you feed. Is it propaganda? Is it not? I have no idea what it is. Can't say. But those videos, I'm pretty sure they are real videos. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if it's propaganda or not, but the cookie terrorist activities are real. Yes. Okay. Akshit Sharma says, how relevant is Tulsi Gabbard's statement on Pakistani nukes? I have not seen her statement on Pakistani nukes. Let me quickly try and see what it is. Tulsi Gabbard's statement on Pakistan nuclear weapons. What did she say? Okay, she says that Pakistan missiles are a future threat to the US. Pakistan biggest nuclear threat to the US, says Tulsi Gabbard, CNN News 18. Pakistan has a history. Okay, Pakistan's long-range ballistic missiles could potentially be a problem for the US. Okay, so she is trying to warn the US leadership that Pakistan is a problem for the US. Well, it certainly is relevant. She is the director of national intelligence of the US. Yeah, she is the boss of all the intelligence programs and intelligence agencies of the US. So obviously, if she says something, it's going to be taken very seriously, right? But what will be done about this? What action will the US take on this? Not very sure about that. Her statement is obviously very relevant. She's a very important person, and she is a very credible person. And she's a very grounded person. She is not given to hyperbolic statements. So if she says something, you have to take it seriously. I hope the US establishment and the Trump regime takes this seriously. Okay. Kakashi says, what is petrodollar and does it fund terrorism? So there's dollar and there's petrodollar. What is the petrodollar? The petrodollar system is, see, originally the United States dollar was tied to the price of gold, which means that if the US government had a certain number of US dollars in global circulation, then the US treasury needed to have that quantity of gold in their vaults. So that's why the US dollar was the paper currency was an actual proxy for physical gold. Then in 1971 or thereabouts, the Americans delinked the US dollar from gold. So it became a free floating currency, not linked to anything of real value. It became a fiat currency. Then to make to continue the dollar's relevance, the Americans reached an agreement with the Gulf nations, especially Saudi Arabia, that all transactions that involve oil, buying or selling of oil, will only be done in US dollars. So that ensured that the US dollar remained globally relevant, and it remained the global reserve currency. So all petroleum transactions since the 1970s have only been done in US dollars. So if you are India and you have a bunch of rupees, buy US dollars from Saudi Arabia, you can't give the Saudi Arabians rupees. You have to acquire dollars and then buy the oil only for dollars. You can only give dollars to Saudi Arabia. That was a deal. And that's why the US dollar remained so relevant until very recently. Now the Saudis are selling oil to the Chinese in yuan. They're taking yuan instead of dollars. So the dollar is no longer the petrodollar now. But that was the petrodollar system. Did it fund terror? I'm sure it did. Feels Strong Man says, why did Hollywood always show Japan as the tech superpower in the distant future? Alien, Yutani Corporation 1989, Blade Runner 1982, Cyberpunk game 2019 far ahead of the US. Not done for other vassals. US, you told us 60s, 70s, Japan was insane tech power. Truth or paid off? Okay, so Hollywood did show Japan as this technological superpower, no question about it. See, until the 1980s, even 1990s, even today, Japan is incredibly advanced technologically. Japan is even now the world's most technologically advanced society. Okay. Until the 1980s, Japan was the world's second largest economy. And if you see Hollywood movies from that time, you will see the Japanese, you will see that the Americans were in awe of the Japanese. So Alien, Yutani Corporation, Blade Runner 82, it's all Tokyo, the cyberpunk thing and all, right? The neon cityscape of Tokyo, that was the inspiration for Blade Runner 82. Cyberpunk game I'm not aware of, and so on. There were more movies, right? What's that movie? Red Sun Rising. There are many movies like that. The Christophe Lambert movies. What was that? I forget the names of the movies, but yeah, there was a lot of Japan and a lot of Japan being shown as this awe-inspiring nation, technologically advanced, very hard negotiators, and so on. And that's because the Americans were genuinely in awe of the Japanese at that time. Okay. And of course, Japan was a defeated nation. Japan was a vassal. So there was no harm showing Japan in good light. They never showed the USSR in good light, even though the USSR was also awe-inspiring in multiple domains. So that's only done when Hollywood praises a non-American, a foreign nation, or shows a foreign nation in good light. It's always going to be the case that it's a defeated or vassalized nation. It's always going to be like that. So they will never show India in a good light, ever. They will show various cultures in good light, whether it's the Greek culture, whether it's the Roman culture, all cultures of the past. They will show the Polynesian culture in good light because Polynesia is insignificant geopolitically and a part of the US bunch of vassals. So they'll show Moana, Polynesian culture in good light. They'll show Mexican culture in good light because Mexico, once again, is an American vassal. Whether it is, which movie was it? I forget the names of the movies. Some Pixar movie or whatever, Disney movie. The movie with the Day of the Dead. Forget the name. But yeah, they only do this for defeated nations or vassalized nations. Right. The rock star says, what happens if unknown men target PFI, Kuki, Rohingyas, Kanglus? Well, if that happens, then it happens. What happens? It means has it happened? Has it happened? Right? The unknown men typically target enemies of India outside of India. If this starts happening within India, it could destabilize India. The solution is not to have unknown men target enemies of India within India, because these individuals you're talking about are infiltrators who are in India in very, very large numbers. The solution is not to have unknown men target them. The solution is to legally deport these people who are all illegal infiltrators. That is the solution. Fani says, what do you think of the role of AI in this war? I know the US is using it. What about Iran? Missiles trump any defense systems or jets. Why are we not talking about submarines in this war? Does Iran have ICBMs or nukes by any chance? What do I think of the role of AI in this war? The US is using AI. What about Iran? I don't know if Iran has any world-class AI systems. I'm not sure. Probably they don't, right? Probably they do not. Missiles trump any defense systems or jets? I agree. Yes, missiles can do the job that in the past jets would have done, and missiles can take care of your defense as well. Yes, missiles and a multi-layered defense system, which includes not just missiles but also guns, Gatling guns, and various kinds of other assets. Why are we not talking about submarines in this war? Because submarines, well, we did speak about submarines when an American submarine destroyed an Iranian warship south of Sri Lanka. We did talk about submarines, right? At that point in time, an American submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship, which was not an active combatant. Apart from that, submarines have not really participated in the war. Iran has a number of small submarines, and those seem to be completely intact and undamaged. What are they doing? Are they also participating in the blockade of Hormuz or the selective blockade of Hormuz? We don't know. The thing about submarines is that they are not visible, so you don't know what they're doing. And that's why people typically don't speak about them unless they are aware of what's really happening, which people outside of the inner circles don't know about. That is the thing about submarines. They are invisible, they are stealthy, and they are very deadly and very scary. Harshit Pahir says, hi sir, Joe Kent, director of CT USA. What's CT? CT USA resigned saying the US president is being controlled by Israel. Is it safe to say the US is a vassal of Israel? Okay, who was Joe Kent? I remember that. I tweeted about that. Joe Kent. Who was Joe Kent? Okay, the former director of the United States National Counterterrorism Center. So let's go to Twitter. Let me find the tweet by Joe Kent that he put out. And let's take a look at that, shall we? Give me a second. Let me pull out the relevant tweet. Joe Kent. Where is he? Give me a second or two. In which he did say very clearly that, yeah, here it is. Give me a second. So let's see what he actually stated in his tweet. Let's remove this and let's put the tweet out. Joe Kent. Let it load. So here is the tweet by Joe Kent. Joe Kent is the former what? Former director of the US National Counterterrorism Center. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Right? And long star and long message after that. I pray at the end, he says, I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now, and so on. So he says that I have decided to resign, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Right? He is saying that very openly. So essentially, he's saying that the United States was dragged into this war by Israel. And he's also saying that this war is a war that is being fought to serve Israel, essentially. It serves Israel's interests, not America's interests. There was no imminent threat to the United States from Iran. Right? So is it safe to say that the US is a vassal of Israel? It's a good question. It's a good question. Israel clearly is not a vassal of the US. And the way things have gone in this war, it looks like we have to ask ourselves this question quite seriously. Is the US actually a vassal of the US, of Israel? I'll I'll think about this. Maybe it's a little early to say yes, but it's not early. It's not early to say maybe, right? I I I've said this, right. After this war is over, I'm going to revisit the sovereignty index. Right now, there are 6 sovereign nations on the sovereignty index. My sovereignty index. That's the US, Russia, China, India, Israel, and Iran. The question is the US really sovereign? If they are serving the interests of Israel, are they really sovereign? I will revisit this in a month or so. But it's a good question to ask. And the answer is not no right now. It's maybe. Okay. Business says, through what circumstances we shall learn and do what? Through what circumstances we shall learn and do what? Now, I don't know what the question is. I'm not able to understand the question. This question is in reference to what? Is it in reference to the war? The question is pretty unclear. Through what circumstances we shall learn and do what? I have no idea what it means. I'm very sorry. I wish I could understand what you're trying to ask me, but it helps if you formulate the question in a clear, unambiguous manner so that someone with less intelligence like me will understand it. See, my intelligence is not able to. I clearly don't have the sufficient intelligence to understand this. See, sorry. Pratardana says Muslim name Favardin may be Rigvedic Abhyavartin. Okay, I'm not aware of this. I can't even begin to analyze that right now. Okay, I'm not sure, but maybe okay. Maybe you have thought about this. So okay. Shashi Dhankar says, please rank leaders of 6 sovereign countries 1 to 6. Okay. The leaders of the 6 sovereign countries. So the 6 sovereign countries are the US, Russia, China, India, Israel, and Iran. So we have, let me just open a note over here. We have Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, Modi. Who else do we have? Who's the leader of Iran? The younger Khamenei Jr. and Netanyahu. Okay, so how shall I write? Khamenei. So we have Trump, we have Putin, we have Xi Jinping, we have Modi, Khamenei Jr., Netanyahu. Now you're putting me in a very difficult position here because I will have to rank Mr. Modi somewhere in this. And no matter where I rank Mr. Modi, half of you are going to be very upset. So let's keep Mr. Modi aside as a special case, and let us see. See, Khamenei Jr. is a new leader. I don't know where to rank him, so let's also keep him aside. But who are the experienced leaders here? Trump, clearly. Putin, Xi Jinping, and Netanyahu. I would, out of Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, and Netanyahu, I would say Putin number one, Xi Jinping number two. I would say Netanyahu number three, and Trump number four. So it's Putin, Xi Jinping, Netanyahu, Trump. The younger Mr. Khamenei, the new supreme leader, he is untried, untested, so I can't rank him anywhere. And I will not rank Mr. Modi anywhere because it will displease at least 50% of my audience, no matter where I put him. So, Mr. Modi, I'm not ranking him anywhere. All right? Okay. Please forgive me. Okay. Sparush X says, Namaste, ji. This is my first super chat ever. Well, okay. Thank you. Have learned so much from you. History, international relations, etc. You're my online guru. Thank you for your teachings. Well, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your very, very kind and warm message. It's a privilege to be able to communicate with you all on an ongoing basis. I've been doing that since 2021. And well, it's all thanks to you that I keep doing this. So thank you to you too, and to all my viewers, and specifically SP Arush XG. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's all about Sashank says, what are the good things Indira Gandhi did as Prime Minister? What are the good things Mrs. Gandhi did as Prime Minister? Well, one is Pokhran 1974. I think it was under her prime ministership that India detonated or tested its first ever nuclear device in Pokhran. That's one. Number two, 1971, the vivisection of Pakistan and the creation of Bangladesh. Of course, the question is, why was Bangladesh not reincorporated into India? Because it's anyway historically Indian territory. And if Bangladesh was not reincorporated into India, why was Chittagong not taken into India? Why was the Siliguri corridor not widened? So, you see, those things should also have been addressed. But okay, she did defeat Pakistan. She did give the army the carte blanche to go ahead and do whatever it takes to defeat Pakistan in 71. Good job. Shimla Agreement was a bad thing. We gave back territory in West Pakistan that we had no business giving back to them. And we treated them as equals instead of a defeated nation. So, yeah, that. So, but anyway, I would say 1974 and 1971, definitely excellent things that Mrs. Gandhi did as Prime Minister. I'm sure there's more, but I can think of two right now. Yeah. WYBKT says, Grandpa told that Sri Nehru died due to an STD. What's my opinion? It's not a matter of an opinion. It's a matter of whether this is true or not. Even I have heard this claim being made that he died of a sexually transmitted disease. Now, is it true or not? I have no idea. If he did die of a STD, I'm sure the government of India would cover it up. But then some people will know about it, and that's why the news will spread. So I don't know. I have no opinion about this. I don't know whether it's true or not. But a lot of people seem to be of the opinion that it's true. That's why we must perhaps take it seriously, this claim, right? But I don't know if it's true or not, because I have not seen any evidence that proves this, and I have not seen any evidence that disproves this. So it's somewhere out there in between. That's how I see it. Cortana says, Ave Imperator, morituri te salutante. Hail, Emperor. Those who are about to die salute you. Thank you. I love that movie. Yes, love that movie. Anuj says, do you think countries will try to denuclearize Pakistan in the future? As now the US has put Pakistan as risk for its security. Can India, with the help of Israel, convince the USA? So Miss Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence of the US, she has said, like I just saw, that Pakistan is a threat to the US because of its nuclear weapons and the missiles that it's developing. Okay. So yeah, that is indeed the case. She has indeed made this statement, and she is a very senior person in the US government, and she has to be taken seriously. Now, will countries try to denuclearize Pakistan in the future? And can India, with the help of Israel, convince the US? Sir, please, sir, we are begging you, please be convinced. See, Israel also agrees with me. Please do something for us. Are we a bunch of losers or what? Why do we have to convince the US? The Pakistani nuclear weapons, my dear friends, are actually American nuclear weapons. These are American nukes on Pakistani territory. Maybe Madame Tulsi Gabbard has not been given this information. Okay? But most likely the Pakistani nuclear weapons are actually American nuclear weapons on Pakistani territory. That explains a lot of things about Operation Sindoor and the way it was suddenly stopped after the targeting of Kirana Hills. So if the Americans have placed American nuclear weapons on Pakistani territory, why will they denuclearize Pakistan? Pakistan is a useful asset for them. And those weapons are American weapons aimed at India. So you can go and beg to the Americans, sir, please, sir, please, sir, yes, sir, full support, sir, please, denuclearize Pakistan. They will laugh at you privately. Okay? If India is concerned about Pakistani nuclear weapons, India must find a way to denuclearize Pakistan on our own instead of going and begging to other countries. This slave mentality has to be expunged from our minds. That we need to go and beg some great sir, please help us out. Please denuclearize Pakistan, sir. Yes, sir. Stop this nonsense. Grow a spine and grow some dignity and self-respect. Stop begging others to help you. India has to solve this problem on its own. Neither Israel, I mean, you think Israel okay. Israel, Pakistan. That's also an interesting question. Okay. R. Rarun Rajar. It's always a tongue twister, but good to see you. Ships used to switch off transponders when passing through the Strait of Hormuz, but Pakistan ship revealed the route while passing. Why did Pakistan do it? I have no idea. I don't know if this has happened, and if it has happened, I don't know why they've done it. So I'm not aware of this, and I can't begin to speculate. Ships do switch off transponders. Even aircraft switch off transponders. If you have some time on your hands, go and look at the flight data. There are various websites where you can see real-time flight analysis and data, like Flight Radar 24 and so on. You will see that certain aircraft flying around conflict zones. If you actually see that their route, you will see that they will switch on and switch off transponders from time to time, and you can't really see which part of the world they flew over and where they came from. Sometimes you will sometimes see drones that inadvertently leave the transponders on. Drones, as in military drones, and then they switch them off. You see all this stuff happening. So even ships do that, of course. But why did a Pakistani ship do this? Did they actually do it? I have no idea, sir. I can't say. I have not seen this personally, so I can't give you an answer. WYBKT says, many people are discussing the possibility of Hamas, Hezbollah, and company shifting to the UK after Iran, the war ends, and establishing Londonistan as their new headquarters. It's very possible, yes. It's very possible. London is already Londonistan. They have a Pakistani mayor. They have a Pakistani foreign minister, defense minister, something. Who's that new lady? I forget her name. She has got a foreign, Pakistani name, right? It's very possible. Hamas, Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, ISIS, whoever else, they may shift their headquarters to the UK. It's very possible. I would not be surprised if that happens. Okay. Dave says, Israel destroy Al-Aqsa for the third temple possible? I would rather not speculate about these matters. I apologize, but I don't want to speculate about this. I hope Israel does no such thing, but who knows? So yeah, I can't answer this question. Anshul Gupta says, US F-15 intercepted by Iran near Hormuz. Is it a new development? I am not aware. Let me see. Let's see. F-15, you're saying? Let's go to Google and see what's going on if there's some news about this. F-15 Hormuz. What do we have? 5 hours ago, Iran claims it struck enemy F-15 fighter jet intercepted near Hormuz. F-15 fighter jet shot down near Hormuz. 3 hours ago, Iran claims it intercepted, struck American F-15 jet near Hormuz. Okay, so look, when Iran claims something, these news websites will say Iran claims. When US claims something, they report it as a fact. I think you have to take Iranian claims also seriously if you want to take American claims seriously and Israeli claims seriously. So it looks like Iran has taken down an F-15 near Hormuz. They've taken down multiple F-15s near Kuwait, at least 3 or 4 of those. They've taken down at least one, if not two F-35s, which is a major setback to the US. They've destroyed at least 5 aerial refueling oil tanker aircraft of the US, 2 in Iraq, and 3 in Saudi Arabia. So the Americans have lost multiple aerial assets, including fighter planes, including stealth fighters, including tankers. And this is an ongoing situation. Looks like there's one more that we will have to add to the list. Okay. WYBKT says, your opinion on theories about Greater Israel and the decline of the US. The US is now visibly showing signs of decline because it's right now in the process of losing its power projection capabilities in West Asia, because most of its military bases in the region have either been severely degraded or entirely destroyed. A clear decline. This is the beginning of the visible decline of the US. But it doesn't mean the US is no longer a superpower. It means it's a somewhat diminished superpower now. So that's not a theory, it's a fact. Greater Israel, I have no idea. Some people claim that there's this Israeli aspiration of creating a greater Israel, which encompasses larger areas of West Asia. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. There's no evidence that Israel intends to do this. But if a theory is so persistent, maybe there is potentially some truth to that, but I can't speculate. Kakashi says, if India becomes a vassal, instant soft power boost like Japan and Korea. Yes, you may get some soft power boost or not. See, Pakistan is an American vassal. Do you see any Pakistani soft power boost? Ask yourself this question. Pakistan is an American vassal today. And not today, it did not become a vassal yesterday. It's been a vassal since 2022. And it was an American vassal from 1980 all the way to 2012. Did Pakistan get any soft power boost? Ask yourself this question. Bangladesh is an American vassal. They did a regime change there in 2024. Does Bangladesh get any soft power boost? There's your answer. Harshit Parihar says, Joe Kent, in an interview, also said that Kirk's assassin was being investigated for foreign connection and that it was stopped by the FBI. Kirk was anti-Israel. Okay, I've not seen this interview, so I'm not aware of this, but okay. All right. I don't know, but okay. Interesting piece of information here. WYBKT says, have you returned from the Jaipur Dialogue Summit for your opinion on Ankit Shah? I don't give opinions. First of all, yes, I did participate in the Jaipur Dialogue Summit yesterday. There was one panel discussion that I was part of. It was about India's foreign policy and how successful or not has it been in this period of turmoil. So that was the panel discussion I participated in yesterday. Right, that was yesterday. My opinion on somebody or the other. I don't express opinions about people unless they are globally relevant. So I will be happy to give you my opinion about Donald Trump, about Mr. Xi Jinping, about Mr. Putin, about Mr. Modi, about Mr. Elon Musk. I'll be happy to give you my opinion about Steve Jobs, Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, and so on. Satya Nadella. I'll talk about people who are globally relevant. If I talk about other people, what is the difference between me and some gossip monger? So I shall refrain from you know giving opinions about random people who are not globally relevant. I'm not trying to uh, say that this person is a random person and not important or whatever. Maybe that person may be very important for a large number of people. But I will talk about people who are globally relevant and who are going to be remembered in history. Okay, that's my policy. As a matter of policy, I don't give opinions about other people. Nitesh Joshi says, "Do you think deep state put Trump on the chair to create this chaos and the world, considering the conflicts he started with many countries, as he really didn't care about his legacy? Cause number one from Dems was capable of doing this. Because no one from the Democrats were capable of doing this. I think the deep state, which I am pretty certain exists, which is a group of powerful people who rule large parts of the world, including the United States. I think the deep state or the establishment, they decided that Trump is the right person for this time. They decided that Trump is the right person to be the president of the US at this point in time, because he will be the best person suited to effect the changes in the world order that we would like to have happen right now. So that's why he was engineered into the position of the 47th president of the United States. I don't believe for one second that the US is a free and fair electoral democracy. Trump himself claimed and still claims that the 2020 election was stolen from him. And in, at least in that matter, I agree with him. I am inclined to believe him that the 2020 election was stolen from him. So if this 2020 election was rigged, then maybe the 2024 election was also rigged in Trump's favor this time. And you can see how different this Trump presidency has been compared to the previous Trump presidency, 2016 to 2020. From 2016 to 2020, Trump was the president of the US, but he was able to achieve nothing that he wanted to achieve. He had modest ambitions. He wanted to put a wall between the US and Mexico. That also he could not achieve. The US establishment refused to cooperate with him on anything. And see the contrast between that and today's Trump. Today, he is rampaging across the world and upending the whole world order, imposing tariffs as per his whims and fancies, and now participating in an Israeli-led war. So I think, yes, the deep state put Trump in the hot seat to engineer the chaos we are seeing in the world right now. Kakashi says, I keep seeing Ibrahim Traore reels. Excuse me, give me a second. Excuse me. Okay, Kakashi says, I keep seeing Ibrahim Traore reels that he's bringing growth and development to Burkina Faso and the Sahel State Alliance. Is this true? I don't know. I have not been keeping too much of a close watch on what's happening in the Sahel region. He's a young man, a man with a military background. He clearly is a patriot. He clearly wishes to decolonize his country. He clearly wishes to be to rid his country of the colonial and neo-colonial forces, whether it is France, whether it is the United States, right? And for that, he has allied himself with Russia, and he has visited Russia, and he's been greeted very warmly by the Russian President, Mr. Putin. All of that, and he clearly wishes to serve his country and bring prosperity. So that clearly is his agenda. He seems like a young and honest person. Now, how far is he succeeding or not? I don't quite know. Because a couple of years ago, I did make a few videos about Burkina Faso and what's happening there. But after that, I have not kept a close watch on what has happened since then. So I don't know how far he has been successful or not. Maybe it's time for me to revisit that. As of now, I don't know. Yeah. I hope he is succeeding in his efforts and endeavors. That I can tell you. R. Rarun Roger says, why is China not helping North Korea to improve economically. So the question is, how bad of a state is North Korea's economy in? So the entire media that talks about North Korea says that North Korea is this extremely poor, impoverished nation where people starve, there's famine, there's poverty, blah, 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 blah. How do you know this is not propaganda? The media is the Western media, and the Indian media simply regurgitates Western propaganda. You have people who go to North Korea once in a while. I know personally some people, well, at least one person who has gone to North Korea, the other Abhijit, my friend. The thing is, if you visit North Korea, you can't go wherever you want. You have a chaperone, you have a guide or a minder, and you don't really get to see the entire nation. But is it really true that North Korea is impoverished and so on? Maybe it's not that impoverished. Maybe the people are in okay shape. And maybe the leader of North Korea, Mr. Kim Jong-un, does not want any economic assistance, right? So if the nation doesn't want it, if the leadership doesn't want it, then why will China insist on helping you out? There's no need for that. Gaurav Surmis says, our authenticity here in these discussions may not be liked by all. Do you get offers to amplify narratives of powerful people or get pressure to do so? Do I get offers to amplify narratives of powerful whatever? I have never got a direct offer to amplify any narrative. Okay? But I have been, you could say, contacted by representatives of certain nations, you could say. Just you could say feelers, not in a direct offer or any such thing. And I am pretty sure that anybody who watches me will know that I will not be available to amplify the narrative or the agenda of any nation apart from India. Right? So yeah, I mean, I once went to Hong Kong. It was an invitation from, well, indirectly from the Chinese government to participate in a 2-day discussion session. There were representatives from India, representatives from the EU, and Chinese representatives. And this was done on neutral territory in Hong Kong, not in mainland China. And I put forth India's perspective the best I could. And this was held under Chatham House rules, which means you can speak about what happened, but you can't name who was there. And I had agreed to that. That's why I have not spoken about it. But there was no financial incentive or whatever in that. And I went willingly. There was no incentive of any kind. And they did not even try to hint at wanting me to amplify any narrative, right? And China is not the only nation. But yeah, nobody has, I would say, dared to give me a clear offer that you please amplify our narratives, because they know that it's never going to work with me. Pressure, no pressure, no pressure. And my discussions, the way I discuss things, I'm sure a lot of nations don't like me. So I agree with you. Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. I am not here to put myself out there as somebody who seeks employment or seeks incentives. I am here. I don't need anything from anybody. I'm here to speak on behalf of my nation the way I understand it, and that's all. Messy Alien says, what if God, which we can't even comprehend really, is, but even he is created by someone to think that he is the God and doesn't know about anything beyond him? Well, you are not the first person to ask yourself this question. Okay? Our ancestors asked this question several thousand years ago. Let me show you. Nasadiya Sukta. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at what Wikipedia has to say about this, even though Wikipedia is not a reliable source of information, but let's see what it has to say about the Nasadiya Sukta. The Nasadiya Sukta, also known as the Hymn of Creation, is the 129th hymn of the 10th Mandal of the Rig Veda. It is concerned with cosmology and the origin of the universe. Okay. So what's it say? Okay, let's read the whole thing. This is one of the translations into English by uh, A.L. Basham, good scholar, very good scholar, a scholar I respect. So what did it say? Of course, he was the mentor of Romila Thapar, which is a different story. But okay, let's read this. Or do we have a different version? Okay. Okay, let's read this one. Kramer Christian. Okay, see. There was neither non-existence nor existence then, neither the realm of space nor the sky which is beyond. What stirred? Where? In whose protection? There was neither death nor immortality then, no distinguishing sign of day or nor of night. That one breathed, windless by its own impulse. Other than that, there was nothing beyond. Darkness there was at first, by darkness hidden. Without distinctive marks, this all was water, that which by becoming by the void was covered, that one by force of heat came into being. Who really knows? Who will here proclaim it? Whence was it produced? Whence is this creation? The gods came afterwards with the creation of this universe. Who then knows from where it has arisen? Whether God's will created it, or whether he was mute, perhaps it formed itself, or perhaps it did not. The supreme Brahman of the world, all pervasive and all knowing, he indeed knows. If not, no one knows. So you can see the question it is asking, the Nasadiya Sukta, is where did the universe come from? The gods that we worship, they came into existence with the creation of the universe. But who created them? Who created them? Who is the creator? What is the nature of the creator? Does the creator know? Or does the creator himself not know? So essentially, it's a deeply skeptical worldview. It's a very skeptical questioning of the existence of the universe, of the birth of the universe. It's a deeply philosophical, introspective, and skeptical introspection of where did the universe come from? Who created it? Can we ever know? It's pretty agnostic. This is the oldest text in human existence that we know of. This is the oldest and most sacred text of Hinduism, and it essentially expresses a very deeply agnostic and skeptical view of the origin of the universe. It says we may never know about it. Other religious books, they say this is exactly how the universe was created, right? Whether it's Islam, Christianity, or whatever. But in Hinduism, it's like we have no idea. We may never know. Even the gods don't know. So you're not the first person to ask this question. Our ancestors asked this question thousands of years ago. Okay, WYBKT says, why TFR of Thailand, South Korea is so low? US hand. Look, I don't know about Thailand, what the TFR is, but South Korea, it's very low because of the nature of the society, about the extremely hardworking nature of society. Essentially, nobody has the time to procreate. Everyone's just too exhausted from working, right? Similarly with Japan. I'm not sure about Thailand, but see, South Korea and Japan are both US vassals, so clearly there's a US hand in all of this, at least in South Korea and Japan. Thailand, I don't know. I have not looked into it, so I can't say. Sergeant Skylan says, can we ever be energy and minerals independent? I'll tell you what. India has the world's largest reserves of rare earth minerals, rare earth elements, way bigger than China or anybody else. India has the largest reserves of the rare earths. Yet China controls 95% of the global output. Once we operationalize the production, the extraction, refining, all of that, of the rare earths, we're going to be super minerals independent, especially in rare earths. When it comes to other minerals, I'm sure we pretty much have all the minerals in our gigantic landmass and our offshore continental shelf and all that. So we'll definitely be minerals independent. Uranium maybe not, but thorium, haha. We have at least a quarter of the global thorium reserves. When it comes to energy, well, we are currently the government of India is currently beginning the process of looking for oil and gas offshore in the Andaman Sea region, right? And that process is beginning slowly. It'll go on. I'm sure we will find something gigantic there too, because that region is known to have huge reserves of oil and gas. The question is, why did this process not start in 2014 when the government came to power? That's the only thing that disappoints me. I think once we find in the Indian territorial waters and exclusive economic zone are gigantic, huge, and the Indian landmass is enormous. If we seriously look in the right places, we'll find huge reserves of oil and gas and whatever else. We will be eventually energy independent as well. It's just a matter of time, and the sooner the better, I would say. Yeah, so we need to be a little more proactive in these matters. Okay, Chand Bhatia says many Israeli analysts say after Iran it's Turkey. Why since 1948 Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Egypt, Iraq, now Iran, next Turkey is target? What's the main end objective? Look, for every nation that is a proactive and ambitious nation, they want to pacify the entire region and be the sole major power in the region. That's what the US has done in the Americas, right? The US has done exactly this in the Americas. They have vassalized and pacified every single nation in North America, in Central America, and South America. Only Cuba is left, and it's a matter of time before they take out Cuba. When it comes to Western Europe, they have pacified and vassalized every nation in Western Europe. And Israel is trying to do the same thing in its own region. The end objective is to be the supreme, most powerful country in the region. That's the end objective. Is that something that's bad? I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think India should do the same thing in its region. Yeah. Ravlight says, hypothetically, if the US loses the war, Iran also takes heavy damage, and Israel has no adversaries in the region, what would or might be Israel's next step? Expansion and control the region. So hypothetically, the US loses this war, and Iran also takes heavy damage, which it is taking. So let's say hypothetically, in 6 months' time, the US limps out of this region. It has lost the war, or it has not achieved its objectives. Iran's regime still stands; it is still strong. The people have rallied around the flag, and Iran is still fighting and still hitting out and inflicting damage on its adversaries. If that happens and the US leaves the war, what happens? Will we have a situation where Israel has no adversaries in the region? No. Iran will still be an adversary. And if Iran survives the next 6 months, I assure you that if Iran's nuclear facilities are not destroyed, it will acquire nuclear weapons. Then it's not the case that Israel has no adversaries in the region. You have a case where Israel has a peer adversary, nuclear armed rival in the region. The next step, there's no next step. You keep quiet and sit down. That's all you do. Right? So Israel doesn't want the situation to arise. That's why they somehow or the other, they want to defeat Iran comprehensively and end the regime and ensure that Iran has its nuclear program is permanently destroyed. That is Israel's objective. Now, will they achieve it or not? It's a huge question mark. I think the chances are that they will not achieve this. But let's see how it goes. Okay. Nitin says, can we see AI robotic soldiers used in a war? In the future, maybe in 10 years, you will see that. Maybe even in 5 years. Even now, the Chinese have these robotic dog soldiers that they can deploy in battle, right? They even have humanoid robots that can do kung fu and whatnot. So I think it's a matter of time, 5-10 years maximum, before which you will see, by which time you will see robotic soldiers used in wars. Okay. Ishika Vaniga Sekara. Ishika Vanigasekara says, G Sri Lankan here, explain what happened, Iris Dina. Okay. Uh, the Iranian warship, Dina, what happened to it? So, this Iranian warship it participated in a multinational naval exercise in India. Was it Kochi? Was it Vishakhapatnam? It was on the east coast of India. Okay. And the sailors, they participated in a parade in front of the Indian president, and other nations also participated in this. The United States was also invited for this naval exercise. They had agreed to participate, but they pulled out at the last moment, essentially. So the Iranian, you know, vessel came to India. The sailors, the naval officers, they participated in all the activities, and then eventually, the ship decided to return home. And by the time the war had already started, in by the time Israel and the US had already attacked Iran, and the war was ongoing. So, from what I know, the ship went south. Okay, let's pull out the maps of our region. Let's pull out the map of our region, and let's try and orient ourselves based on the map. So the ship takes off from the east coast of India, whether it's Vishakhapatnam or whether it's, can't be Kochi. Kochi is west coast. So somewhere on the east coast of India, it takes off, and its objective is to go back home to Iran. So it goes down south. You can't obviously pass through the Palk Strait because it's too shallow. So it has to go south of Sri Lanka. And then, from what I hear, the Iranian ship requested the Sri Lankan authorities to allow it to dock in Galle. I don't know how to pronounce Galle. Is it Galle? Is it Gaul? I don't know. Galle, whatever. So they wanted to dock in Galle, but the Sri Lankan decision to accept or deny this request, it was delayed, and the Iranian ship was waiting for like 8-10 hours or something, apparently, for permission from Sri Lanka. So they waited and waited and waited, and then an American submarine came and torpedoed the Iranian warship south of the south coast of Sri Lanka. And President Trump of the US said that they had the choice of either having the Iranians surrender or just destroying the Iranian ship, and they decided to shoot down, to torpedo and destroy the ship, because that's more fun. And after destroying the ship, the sailors were in water and they started drowning, and they drowned, and the Americans just watched. And I think the Sri Lankan Navy then came into the picture, and they tried to rescue as many people as possible. I'm not sure how many Iranian sailors were rescued, but they tried. So that's what I know of the situation. There was another warship of Iran, which also was in the region, and then they were given permission by India to dock at Kochi over river. So that ship is still docked in India. I'm not sure if the sailors have been repatriated or not, but they were housed in Indian Navy quarters. So that is what I know of the situation, and it's very unfortunate that this happened. Rohan BD says, did India seek Russian assistance in developing its nuclear program? If yes, then why did Russia not help? If no, why did we not reach out to Russia? I'm not sure. I don't know whether India took any Russian assistance in developing the nuclear program. I think there was some French or Canadian involvement in the very beginning, like in the 1950s or something. I don't remember exactly what the story is like. What I do know is that India is the only nation to develop a nuclear weapon entirely independently, apart from the US. All other nations got some assistance or the other from existing nuclear powers. So apart from the US, which developed the nuclear weapon entirely independently, Manhattan Project, 1940s, apart from the US, India is the only nation to independently develop a nuclear weapons program. And obviously, India also has a civilian nuclear energy program. So from what I vaguely remember, there was some French and or Canadian assistance initially, maybe a little bit of US involvement to some extent, perhaps little bit. I'm not sure about Russia, but I do know that India operates the INS Chakra, which is an Akula class nuclear submarine, which is manufactured by Russia. And we typically lease out these submarines on 10-year leases. And India is the only nation to whom Russia leases its nuclear submarines. We also know that the Indian nuclear submarine program has benefited from Russian technical know-how and assistance, especially the miniaturization of nuclear reactors. Once again, this sort of assistance, no nation offers you, but Russia has offered it to India. So that's what I know. How, to what extent have they helped us and all, I don't know the specifics because this is all classified. But yes. So when it comes to the initial phases of the Indian nuclear program in the 1950s or wherever, or 60s, I'm not very clear about the details of that. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, did you watch Dhurandhar 2? Rasputin scene is one of my favorites. Well, I haven't seen it yet. I look forward to seeing it sometime this coming week. Hopefully, by the time the weekend comes, hopefully I will have watched it. But I haven't seen it yet. But I'm very eager to watch it. I met a couple of people today who have both, multiple people today who have all watched it, and they're all, full of praise for the movie. Apparently, it's almost 4 hours long, which is like, wow. But okay, we'll see. Okay, Fast Snail. Love this. Fast Snail. Okay. Is Tulsi Gabbard's statement on Pakistan being most dangerous nuclear nation a subtle way of conveying that Iran was never a threat to the West? That's a good question. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is a big fan of Trump's policies. I'm not entirely sure why Trump has appointed Tulsi Gabbard to the position of the director of the National Intelligence Agency. But she's in charge of that, and she's a very competent person. She's a armed forces veteran. She has served on multiple tours of duty, of combat, and she's a person of high integrity, clearly. And clearly, her loyalty is to her nation and not to a specific president or regime, which is how it should be. And I'm not sure, based on all the statements she has made, she has testified in front of various committees and so on in the past couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. And she has been very clear that Iran is not really a threat, right, to the US. It's not really posed a clear and present danger or threat to the US. So her statement about Pakistan being the most dangerous nuclear nation could have been a subtle way of conveying that Iran was never a threat to the West. Yeah, it could be, yes. Okay. Aman Singh says, many people in India think you're a Russian spy. Well, see, there is no dearth of low IQ people in India. And thankfully, that's not the kind of people you have who watch this channel. On this channel, we have people of higher standards and higher caliber and higher IQs. This channel is not for everybody. There is no shortage of low IQ people in India. So that's fine. I serve my nation. I will never ever serve any other nation's interests or agendas. Okay? And if based on my experience, my learning, my analysis, I feel that Russia is a better strategic partner for India compared to China or the US or whoever else. That doesn't make me a Russian spy. Okay, that makes me an honest communicator of what our actual national interests are. And if somebody doesn't have the intellectual bandwidth to comprehend what I am communicating, well, then they should, well, that's okay. There's no shortage of such people. Okay. Vivek Singh says, just heard the news that Russia has sent S-400 to Iran via an Antonov 124 cargo plane, courtesy of recent attacks from the US and Israel. New direction. Let's quickly take a look at that. Very interesting. If this has actually eventuated. Okay. Let's see. Iran S-400. Let's see. Reports from late 25 indicate Russia has delivered and deployed the advanced S-400 Triumph air defense system to Iran to bolster its air defense against potential US and Israeli threats. These systems, which we know have 400-kilometer range, were likely deployed near Isfahan to protect nuclear and military sites. Okay. So that doesn't seem to be a new development. I don't know. There's multiple perspectives that I'm seeing over here. Some are saying that it's useless. Some are saying it's very good. Some are saying that the Americans have. I don't know. The missile just proved itself in Iran. Let's see. Go away. The missile. Which missile? The missile just proved itself in Iran. The US. This is a totally different story. Clearly. Okay, so I'll not go and dig through all this news, but okay. It looks like this happened in 2025, not recently. But if Iran has that, well, it's a valuable asset to have. The S-400 did prove its worth during Operation Sindoor. And if used appropriately, I'm sure it will do a great job for Iran as well. Okay. Noob Chess Life says, I am 35 in a non-tech government job. I love physics. I have done a Bachelor of Engineering. I want to do IPhD. What's an IPhD? At IISc, etc. Is it a good idea at this age? What job could I do after PhD at 40s? First of all, let me understand what is an IPhD. What's an IPhD? IPhD. Okay. Integrated PhD program. IPhD. Okay, IISc, right? Okay. What's an IPhD? Integrated PhD, MTech research and PhD. So you get a master's degree and a PhD as part of a package deal. Essentially, that's an IPhD. Okay. See, okay, these are new things. I understand PhD, I understand master's degree, but now they are packaging it together. In the past, you could do a PhD straight after a bachelor's degree. That's also okay. Anyway, so you're 35, you're in a non-tech government job, you love physics, you've done a Bachelor of Engineering, you want to do an IPhD, integrated PhD, which means a master's and a PhD all together in, let's say, 5 years or so. Should take about 5 years, hopefully. If it takes 6-7 years, it's a little too long. So is it a good idea at this age? What job could I do after PhD in my 40s? Is it a good idea at this age? I don't know if it's a good idea at this age. First, the real relevant question is, if you have a PhD, what job could you get from that? But it depends. If it's a PhD in physics, what branch of physics is it? If it is mathematical physics, you will get a certain kinds of jobs. If it is in theoretical physics, the job opportunities dwindle very badly, because theoretical physics is all theoretical. You can get a professor job, teacher job, whatever. If you have a PhD in electrical engineering or nuclear physics, if you have a PhD in nuclear physics, for example, you could get a job in BARC, something like that. So typically, if you have a physics PhD, you don't have too many job opportunities. You see? Especially job opportunities that are in the domain of physics. If you have a PhD in physics, you can get a job in other disciplines. You can get a job in IT, I suppose. You can get a job in quantitative finance modeling or whatever. But in physics, there are very few physics jobs in India, unfortunately. Right? So I'm not sure if it's a very good idea doing a physics PhD if you want to have a job in India at any age. If you want to have a job outside of India, in the West or whatever, a physics PhD can give you lots of opportunities. Inside India, I'm not sure. So I would say that if you love physics and you want to do a PhD, then it's perfectly fine to pursue a PhD for your own satisfaction, for your own, to because you're doing it for the love of physics. But I'm not sure what job opportunities it will give you, because there are few jobs for which there is a tremendous amount of competition. So that is my honest answer to you. If you have a good job that pays you well, I would say stick to it. If you have free time, then do your job plus do the PhD if it is at all possible. But if you spend 5 years getting a PhD and then there is no clear job opportunity, I think it will be a little dangerous from a salary and income perspective. So I would say approach this very carefully. Don't give up the existing job you have before doing your complete research and due diligence about what opportunities exist for you if you get yourself a PhD. Okay, I think the road could be a little difficult and tricky. If you leave your job, spend 5 years doing a PhD, IPhD, whatever, and then what do you do? Let's say you want to become a college teacher or university teacher or professor or something. There's a tremendous amount of competition for these jobs. And when it comes to research jobs, I'm not sure what research jobs are in India. So be careful. Okay, do your full due diligence. Godliness says US with its full might has the capabilities to flatten Iran, but the price will be to abandon all Middle Eastern allies and get the tag of Narsanhar. The US may not pay this price, but Israel can surely do. Does Israel have the capability to flatten Iran? Does even the US have the capability to flatten Iran? It can cause immense damage. It can do carpet bombing of Iran, sure. It can flatten cities. But the majority of the population of Iran is not in the big cities. It's in the countryside, it's in the towns and villages. And if they see that the Americans are starting a campaign of carpet bombing cities, they're going to disperse and move to the mountainside. And then what does the US do? You can't carpet bomb mountains, right? And if the Americans start a carpet bombing campaign, the Iranians will essentially flatten the Middle East and those urban centers and cities in the Middle East, in the Gulf nations, right? In retaliation. So even if the US does this, it's not going to achieve the objectives they want to achieve. Israel doesn't even have the capabilities that the US has. So the US can act as an extension of Israel, as an Israeli asset, and do what Israel wants it to do. And still they won't achieve the objectives. The Americans can flatten half the cities in Iran and still not win the war. Right? That's the problem they are facing. Because the Iranians are willing to fight to the last man, maybe the last woman, who knows. Kakashi says the 1991 fall of Soviet Union leading to India's liberalization out of necessity compromised sovereignty, unlike China, which planned to transition better and not penetrated. Absolutely. Absolutely. India had to liberalize out of necessity. India liberalized and opened up its markets as per the directions of the IMF and World Bank. We did not want, our leaders did not want to do it. They had no choice but to do it. So the World Bank, IMF, whoever it was, they told India how to do. They said, we will give you money, but we will decide how you use the money. And you have to open yourselves up and you have to allow us to penetrate you and compromise you. That's what happened in 1991-92. India was penetrated. India got compromised more and more deeper over time. China planned its transition entirely independently and in a sovereign fashion. China decided how it will transition from a closed economy to a capitalist, planned capitalist economy. The Chinese were fully in control of the destiny. In India, we allowed the West to control our destiny and the direction our economy will take. Absolutely correct. I agree with you. Sachdev Satyajit says, is it true that a civilization must expand to survive? Not necessarily. A civilization must ensure that it is not defeated by anybody else in order to survive. As long as it's able to even defensively ensure its safety and security and prosperity, it will survive. Yeah. So it's not necessary that you have to expand to survive. Anuj says, Israel wants GCC countries to also get into the war against Iran, which will devastate them, and later they expand border to make greater Israel. What's your take? From a logical perspective, it's beneficial for Israel if the Gulf nations, GCC nations, are forced into this war. Because then you have multiple vectors of attack against Iran, right? So yeah, it's beneficial for Israel if the whole region gets involved in the war against one enemy, one target, which is Iran. But this will obviously devastate the GCC nations. The GCC nations are sparsely populated. They've got this small, just a few cities and just very simple economies that are basically based on oil. In the UAE, you have Dubai, which is not a oil-based economy, but it's a different model, which is in under tremendous stress right now. So if the Gulf nations are devastated and incapable of defending themselves in the future, who knows? Like you're saying, maybe Israel may even be tempted to expand its border. Who knows? That's possible. So overall, strategically, it makes sense from the perspective of the logic of strategy. Hyphen says, what happens if Israel escalates faster than the US wants? Has Trump trapped himself in this, considering how unpredictable Israel could get? Has Trump trapped himself in this? Yes. And Israel is making it a point to escalate beyond what the Americans expect. Right? Who hit the Paras gas field? Was it the Americans or the Israelis? Big question, right? So the question is, what happens if Israel keeps escalating or escalates faster than the US wants? What will the US do then? Will they say, okay, we will no longer participate in the war? No. They somehow seem to be duty bound to protect Israel no matter what happens. So if Israel keeps escalating, the US has to keep up with Israel. Trump is trapped in this. There is no way out for Trump from this. So the Israelis will take this war as far as they want. And the US has no choice, it looks like, but to stay the course with Israel and ensure that, they keep on protecting Israel. That seems to be the case. Godliness says, can India afford two nuclear mullah regimes, Pakistan and Iran, in its neighborhood, knowing their theology and life, though thought is very suicidal? Please understand one thing about Iran. Iran is not a bunch of crazy lunatics. Iran's politicians are way more educated than your average Indian politician. And Iran is not a suicidal nation that wants to die and kill everybody. Iran wants to be left alone, left in peace. They want to live their life their way. According to Sharia law, they allow their women to get education, they allow their women to get PhDs, but they have to wear burqas. That is the way of life they have chosen for themselves. That's the way of life the mullahs have chosen for their people. But they are not a bunch of crazy lunatics. And if they are a nuclear armed nation, they will actually counterbalance Pakistan. Okay? Then Iran has no enmity with India. Understand that. Actually, it will be good for India if Pakistan, a nuclear Pakistan, is counterbalanced by a nuclear Iran. Iran is no friend of Pakistan. Do you not understand this? Indians only see things in black and white from a religious perspective. Ye mullah hai, ye bhi mullah hai, sab hamare dushman hai. Please grow up a little and acquire a little bit of maturity, please. I know you are watching other YouTube channels and I know I know what they're telling you. My perspective is different. India has no enmity with Iran. Iran has no enmity with India. India and Iran can potentially be good friends if external constraints are removed from the region. So I don't see nuclear Iran being a problem for India. It's more of a problem for Pakistan. Then Pakistan cannot be used as a counterbalance for India because they'll have to counterbalance Iran. So it's actually a disaster for the US and for Israel and for Pakistan if Iran becomes a nuclear power. It's not a disaster for India. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, I just found out that many so-called Hindu organizations like Whatever and a few others worship Jesus besides other Hindu gods. Shocking. Okay, I am not aware of any of these things, so I shall refrain from commenting. I am not aware of this. Okay. If it is true, it is indeed shocking. So I personally don't know about these organizations and what they do. Okay, I'm personally feeling a sense of shock right now if this is true. Saurabh says, what can India do to keep the Iranian regime in power? Nothing. Nothing. It all depends on Iran. There's nothing India can do about this. India is like, whatever happens, we will try and make the best of it. India is not a participant in this, and I think it's best for India to stay out of this matter. Whoever wins, we will work with them. That's how it is, and we'll make sure we don't antagonize anybody. India is see, India's objectives are to stay out of any military confrontation for the next 10-20 years, right? So that we grow our economy, we give our people a better lifestyle, and so on. That seems to be the agenda of India, and that makes sense. Even I've said this for a long time. India needs to make sure that next 10-20 years it stays out of any major military confrontation, or if a military confrontation happens, minimize it to the shortest possible time duration. And don't get involved in somebody else's war. So what can India do? India should stay out of this matter. And there's not much India can do anyway. So, yeah. Ritvik Keduvanshi says, since Europe is a vassal of the US, how come Trump is not able to arm twist NATO to join the war to open the straits? How is Europe able to say no? That's a good question. How is Europe able to say no? And why is Trump not able to arm twist NATO to join the war? Well, how do you arm twist someone? You threaten consequences. That's how you arm twist someone. You threaten very real consequences. So, for example, with India, Trump has been imposing tariffs. India wants its economy to keep growing, and India thinks that for our economy to keep growing, we need to have access to the US market. And then Trump says, I'm going to impose these many tariffs on you, 50% tariffs. That hurts our economy. So that's real consequences and real pain he imposed on India. That's why India had to agree to so and so trade deal, which may not be the best trade deal for us. So that is how you arm twist somebody, right? Now, when it comes to Europe, Trump has already arm twisted Europe into giving so many concessions. Europe has committed that by 2030 they will double the amount of money they are spending on NATO. They have agreed to all his demands. They have agreed to keep funding Ukraine in the war against Russia. They have agreed to keep supplying Ukraine with all their arms, ammunition, tanks, whatever else. What more can Europe do for the US? And if they say no, what more pain can Trump impose on them? He has deprived them. The US has deprived Europe of the cheap Russian gas that they were buying by destroying Nord Stream 2. I mean, what more pain can they impose on Europe? Will they send even more illegal immigrants into Europe? Is it even possible to have so many people come into Europe every year? So I don't think there's any more pain Trump can impose on Europe. He's already used all the pain, all the arm twisting he can do. And I think even he has reached his limit of how much pain he can impose on Europe and how much you can twist their arms. Once your arms are twisted out of your socket, how much more can you twist it? I suppose. So that's why Europe is telling Trump to go take a hike. Jo karna hai kar lo. We are done with you. Yeah, and obviously NATO is relevant in Western Europe. Europe will say to Trump, you people are claiming that Russia is the biggest boogeyman in the region. So we need to focus on Russia, and we will not have the time or the energy or the resources to spend on West Asia. You deal with it. You started the war. You finish it. And there's not much more Trump can do about this. So that's why. Shubhrat Shukla says, your thoughts on Annie Besant, how overnight success? I have no idea of Annie Besant. I know that she exists, some Irish lady or whatever, who was apparently a freedom fighter. I don't know anything about her background, her history, anything whatsoever. So I have no idea about her. So that's why I have no thoughts on her. I know there's a place in Chennai called Besant Nagar. I once stayed there a few days, long time ago. But beside that, I have no idea about her life, her history, her contributions or not to India, whatever. So can't say. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views on ICSE versus CBSE versus state boards? I have no idea whatsoever. I have an ICSE background. I think it's better than the rest, international boards excluded. I am not somebody who studies the different nuances between the various boards in India. I have no idea whatsoever. I can tell you from 3,000, 30,000 feet perspective that everything is garbage. Now, what is the quality of this garbage versus that garbage? I have no idea. These are different kinds of garbage. I know the entire Indian education system is trash. It is painful and a waste of time for students, no matter which board you go into. Okay, so if you ask me to differentiate between sample A, sample B, and sample C of garbage, I'm sure there are nuances and differences, but I don't know what they are. I'm not interested in finding out. So I don't know what the differences are, and that's why it doesn't matter to me what the differences are. Dhyay, thank you very much. Dhyay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says recently the foolish Japanese prime minister visited nuclear bomber gravesite along with Trump paying respect. Are they idiots? So that's what I discussed in the beginning of today's live stream. Where is it? Give me a second. Here. Let me put this on the screen. So this is a tweet by somebody on Twitter. It says that the foolish prime minister of Japan has gone and paid tribute to the pilot who dropped the atomic bomb on Japan. And this is from yesterday, this tweet. So this is what I wrote in response. I said it's good to periodically humiliate themselves before the overlord. It's terrible. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's because the Prime Minister of Japan, Madame Sanae Takaichi, is a foolish person. It's because she has no choice. It's because the United States is the overlord of Japan. Okay? And they require their vassals to periodically humiliate themselves. This is what you get when you are a vassal state. You have to periodically abase yourself and humiliate yourself to please the overlord. That's the unfortunate situation. That's the perk of being a vassal. So they're not idiots. They have no choice. They have no choice. Harsh Patel says Trump's pledges to end the wars are exactly like that friend who swears, I'm just 5 minutes away, and then rolls up 3 hours later. The only difference, at least that friend actually shows up. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, at least the friend eventually actually shows up 3 hours later. Trump is like, I'm 5 minutes away. He's been saying that for the past 3 weeks, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right Angle says, how do you measure the greatness of a leader? Parameters. Good question. How do you measure the greatness of a leader? You don't measure the greatness of a leader from their words and from what people say about them. You measure the greatness of a leader based on what they tried to achieve and to what extent they were able to achieve that. Okay? Overall, what is the purpose of being a leader? What's the job of a leader? What's the nature of leadership? The true nature of leadership is service. Leadership is actually service. Service of whatever constituency you serve. It can be 10 people, it can be 50 people, it can be a village, it can be a municipal district, it can be a state, it can be a nation. But it's always a finite number of people that you serve. So leadership is service. Leadership is not having a loud voice or being 6 feet tall or being aggressive. Leadership is service. So how well were you able to serve your people is the only measure of the greatness or not of a leader. So the question is then, what type of service was the leader trying to provide to the people? So what are the different things that they were trying to achieve? All leaders are trying to achieve at least 2-3 different things. So then you measure how much were they able to achieve or not. Did they deliver on the promises or on their agendas? If yes, to what extent did they succeed? 50%, 30%, 80%, 100%? Did they overachieve 200%? All of that is how you measure the greatness of a leader. A great leader overachieves. A good leader achieves or close to achieves. A poor leader either underachieves 20-30% instead of 100%, or lies to you. Okay. Current house says, when will the war be over? Sovereignty index in a month, surely. I hope so, in a month, surely. If the war is over in a month, when will the war be over? I am not optimistic it's ending soon. I'll be very, very happy if it's over 1 month from today. But I am a little skeptical about that. So if the war doesn't end in a month or two, I'll have to put my sovereignty index out by that time. Right Angle says, will you consider France as a shadow sovereign nation? I consider France to be a 66% sovereign nation, or maybe 50% sovereign nation. I'll have to calculate exactly how sovereign it is. It's not a shadow sovereign nation, it's a quasi or partially sovereign nation. Abhay Singh says, cards aligning perfectly for China. The hater in me is in shambles. Is Trump a Chinese asset? Is China successful in Taiwan? If China is successful in Taiwan, are they coming for Andhra Pradesh, for Arunachal Pradesh next? So the cards are indeed aligning for China. The US military capabilities are declining. What do I mean by that? Their stockpiles of essential critical arms, ammunition, missiles, and so on, interceptors, etc., are drastically low now because they've used up so much of that in the last 3 or so weeks against Iran and achieved nothing. Nothing politically. Tactical success, yes, but political success, strategic success, no. The EU and NATO are critically short of munitions. And the US, even if it restarts and kickstarts its military industrial complex, it won't be able to start producing things at scale for the next couple of years. They right now produce maybe 100 interceptor missiles per year. That's a joke. So all China has to do is to wait a few more months for the war to go on and then make its move on Taiwan when the US is critically low, even more than today, of critical supplies, missiles, arms, ammunition, munitions, so on. Yeah, and just apply the lessons of the Iran war. China will succeed in that case. Yeah. Is Trump a Chinese asset? No, Trump is just an idiot. Trump is a foolish, egoistical person. And maybe he's somehow beholden to the nation of Israel, perhaps. Yeah, so if China is successful in Taiwan, will they come for Arunachal Pradesh next? Arunachal may be a totally different kettle of fish compared to Taiwan. And Taiwan, if they actually succeed in Taiwan, even if Taiwan is destroyed, but they take Taiwan, it'll be a huge achievement for them. Will they come for Arunachal next? I think Arunachal will not be that easy for them because India has been preparing for a very long time for such an eventuality. So maybe not. Adit Chandra says, Israeli billionaire Miriam Adelson has donated $250 million to Trump's third term campaign. No wonder he has to bow down to Israeli interests. That may be one factor, but I'm sure there are other factors as well, potentially. Not just somebody donated this much money. Maybe there are other factors. So there are two kinds of leverage. There is the carrot and there's the stick. So what you're talking about here is the carrot. What could be the stick is the question, right? Okay, Dave says, wow, Israel Army shoulder batch has GRTR Israel map, Greater Israel map. Really? Really? Let's see. That's interesting. That would be more interesting than, that would be actually a little, let's see. Israel Army shoulder patch. Israeli Army shoulder patch. That looks like a Greater Israel region. Definitely. Definitely. It's way more than what present day Israel is. That's really interesting now. Yeah. Greater Israel. Well. If this is actually the actual shoulder patch of IDF soldiers, it includes parts of Egypt, Sinai, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. Well. That kind of substantiates claims of Israel aiming for Greater Israel, if that is indeed true. Very interesting. Very interesting. Wow, indeed. Kshitij Ladda has become a new member. Thank you very much, Kshitij, and welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you. Right Angle says, why they target nationalist business houses in India like Vedanta, ADA, Guptas, who have given a lot to India versus who extracted and exported Indian wealth to other nations like JJ and etc. 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 Look, first of all, I am not agreeing or disagreeing with who has extracted and who has done whatever. But generally, why do certain elements, maybe it's media, maybe politics, maybe whoever else, why do certain elements target nationalist business houses who are actually serving the nation and doing something good for the nation? Why would certain elements of media or whoever do that? Typically, because they are aligned with the agendas and interests of other nations, or they are aligned with the agendas and interests of anti-India forces. In that case, they would obviously target nationalist business houses. Okay, I am not necessarily saying that I agree with the lists or list of names you've given out. I'm not saying that, but as a matter of a larger, theoretical perspective, yeah, you would align, you would target nationalist business houses if you are aligned with the objectives and interests of anti-India groups, who whatever they are. 2 BM by Iran to the US Diego Garcia, balls of steel. Cojones. 2 ballistic missiles. Well, Iran says it wasn't us. Iran says it wasn't us. So, Suman Vikrant says, 1. Iran Hezbollah connection, natural. 2. Iran Houthi connection, natural. 3. Iran Hamas connection, more like geopolitical alignment. Hezbollah and Houthi don't work like terrorism. Hamas does. What's your opinion? You see, my enemy's enemy is my friend. That's how it goes in geopolitics. So the US seeks to contain India. What have they done to contain India? They have aligned with Pakistan and used Pakistan. And what does Pakistan do to contain India and to hurt India? Terrorism. So you can, if Iran is working with Hamas to achieve its geopolitical objectives, it's like the US working with Pakistan to achieve its geopolitical objectives, right? When the US finances Pakistani terrorism for decades, we don't call the Americans as supporters of terrorism, right? But if Iran aligns with Hamas because Hamas is anti-Israel, then the whole world says Iran is terrorist. Pakistan is a terrorist nation, right? Hamas is a bunch of terrorists, and Hamas is anti-Israel. I'm not saying that that Hamas is not a terrorist organization. They are a bunch of terrorists. What they did in October 2023 is the most inhuman, brutal, ghastly thing one can imagine. Very similar to what Pakistan has been doing against India for decades. Pakistan obviously has inflicted way more pain on India than Hamas has on Israel, but similar proclivities, right? So the US knows what Pakistan has been doing. The US have been funding and financing that. But nobody accuses the US of being a state sponsor of terrorism. So in exactly the same way, you can't accuse Iran of being a state sponsor of terrorism. You can't. So yes, Hamas is a terrorist organization, no question. So it's all about achieving your geopolitical objectives by whatever means necessary. And I would assure you that Vishnugupta Chanakya would approve of this. Right? Piyush Sinha says, please unlock a way through which membership chats should also be displayed here. Otherwise, what is the use of membership on your channel? Please, sir. You can't do membership chats? I am not aware. I've just turned on super chats. I'll have to look into it. I was not aware that members can't put out chats here. And look, it's not necessary for you to be a member, to purchase a member on my channel. Okay, as such, I don't really give any specific perks to members. So if you feel that purchasing a membership on this channel is not worthwhile, then please don't purchase a membership. I will not look at you any differently because you're not a member, right? So I don't know if YouTube allows members to display chats during a super chat session. I'm not aware of how it works. I've just turned on the super chat mode. I don't think there's any special membership chat mode or any such thing. So in that case, maybe you will feel that membership is not a good idea. In which case, it's perfectly fine to not renew your membership. It's perfectly fine. See, I never ever promote my channel's membership to anybody. People buy memberships. I'm very grateful for that. But you will never see me advertising and asking you to become members. Right? If you become members, I am very grateful. But if you don't become a member, I'm not any less grateful for your viewership. Please understand that. All right. So I don't know if it's possible what you are asking me to do. I understand why you're asking. I'm not sure if YouTube gives that option. Whatever options are there, I've already turned them on. So I'll see if it's possible. But if it's not possible, then I apologize. Right? Okay, Anirudh Kumar says, is Kirti Mukh Rahu the one who devours in everything, the personification of a black hole? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer to this question. Sorry. Rohit says, recently found out that India provided $25 million of assistance to Pakistan in 2010. But we were truly a punching bag. This was just 2 years after the Mumbai terror attacks. What? Let me see. Did India provide $25 million of assistance to Pakistan in 2010? What? Oh God, really? Once again, let me just put this so that Yes, in August 2010, the government of India announced a total of $25 million in aid to Pakistan to assist with devastating floods. This consisted of an initial $5 million offer, later increased by 20 million, routed through the United Nations to support flood relief efforts. Okay. So Pakistan was initially hesitant to accept the aid from India, but later agreed to receive it, requesting that the funds be routed via the United Nations. What can I say? This is the behavior of a nation that's run by a bunch of losers, clearly. Okay. Mohit Raj Singh says, there's many claims that Khamenei is still alive because like CIA, Mossad, KGB is also working, and it's in their benefit if Iran survives and this war will continue. What are your thoughts? My thoughts? Iran has officially stated that Mr. Khamenei has been assassinated. Now, so I'm going to go with the official statements. I don't have any ties with Mossad and RAW and CIA and God knows what, like many YouTubers allegedly have. I have no ties with anybody. Okay, my analysis, whatever I say, is based purely on information that's available in the public domain. I don't know any spies. I don't have connections with Mossad or whatever. So my perspective is I will go with Iran's official statements. If they have said he has been assassinated, that's what I'll believe. And all these claims are all empty speculation without any factual basis of evidence. So that's it. That's my views. Gautam Verma Dantuluri says, what's your opinion on Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the missile man of India, in our missile development? I think he was a brilliant engineer, right? I am not sure that he personally developed the missiles and built them all, but he clearly was in charge of the program as the senior project manager, scientist, engineer, whatever it was. So this entire development of certain specific missiles initially of our missile program, it happened under his supervision and guidance. And for that, we have to be immensely grateful to the great man, right? And not only that, he was a great inspiration for the young people of India. So I have the highest regard for Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. That's my opinion on him. Naik says, how Jews became such a competent force in the world, isn't it a matter of awe? Thus, their capabilities led to the rise of anti-Semitism. How Jews? Why Jews? Yes, Jews are a very small population. There's a very small number of Jews in the world. And yet they are so powerful and so influential. They have the world's most powerful nation at essentially their beck and call. It is clearly a matter of awe inspiring, incredible achievement, isn't it? Small group of people, and they have the US as their unconditional ally. The US is willing to fight wars for them. Incredible achievement. You have to respect that. No question about that. You have to respect that. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, can we use nuclear powered Sentinel robots, Google, in the future? What's a Sentinel? Okay, let's see. Nuclear powered Sentinel robots. What is that? Nuclear powered Sentinel robots are specialized autonomous machines designed for high radiation, hazardous environments, primarily for surveillance, inspection, maintenance, and nuclear facilities. While the Sentinel aspect refers to monitoring, these robots are increasingly using advanced AI and radiation hardened materials to act as autonomous guards and inspectors. How are they nuclear powered? Nuclear powered. Let's go deeper into this AI mode. How are they nuclear powered? Real world. Okay, most industrial robots are battery powered, but nuclear powered typically refers to two things. Okay, radioisotope thermoelectric generators and nuclear facility maintenance. How do you use a radioisotope thermoelectric generator to power a robot? Providing decades of power from decaying plutonium. That can provide heat. It can be a heat source, but can you turn that into power? I suppose there must be some way of turning that heat from radioactive decay of plutonium into power. I suppose it can be used in the future, but I haven't really looked into this. Looks like it's possible to use radioisotope thermoelectric generators, possibly to power robots. I'll have to think of how you could do that, but maybe it's possible. Yeah. YT user 7866 says, do you think a country's army needs a huge number of soldiers like India? Shouldn't we focus on modern weapons? I've seen how helpless soldiers are to tiny drone bombs in Russia-Ukraine war. They use fiber optic drones. Okay, drones. In today's day and age, in the context of 21st century warfare, you don't need huge numbers of soldiers. It's always good to have backup in reserves, but I don't think you need a million soldier armies anymore. But it always helps to have a backup. So let's say you're going to press maybe 100,000 soldiers into war, but there's no harm in having 1 million soldiers as a backup. But at the same time, we should very much focus on modern weapons. Absolutely, we should focus on the most modern cutting edge weapons in quantity and with decent quality, because quantity always overwhelms quality. Quantity always overwhelms quality. We've seen that over and over again. So we should certainly focus on modern weapons. Absolutely. And since we have such a huge population, there is no harm in having more soldiers, as long as it doesn't become a huge drain on our defense expenditure, right? There has to be a balance. If you have too many soldiers and they are eating up all the salary and you're not able to invest that money into modern weapons, then that's a problem. So there has to be a balance and a trade-off somewhere. Ojas says, how does the US get to dictate their terms in a deal? Through leverage. Because they have the ability to inflict all kinds of pain. That's why they get to dictate their deals. That's how it goes. Leverage. Okay. Oh, Ishika Vanigasekara. Sorry. Ishika Vanigasekara says, my name was taken word from Sanskrit. Is it hard? It's an unusual name for those of us who are not used to Sinhalese names. So it's Ishika Vanigasekara. Clearly Sanskrit origin name, yes. Yeah, but it's not, it's a little unusual to those of us who are not accustomed to the Sinhalese language, right? So for me personally, I don't have too many Sinhalese friends. I hardly interact with Sinhalese people. So Sinhalese names it takes a moment to get it, It's Ishika Vanigasekara. Clearly, it's a Sanskrit origin name, and Initially, it's hard, but once you get it, you get it. Right? So, okay. JRXNA says, if and when US hegemony ends, regardless of the results of the Iran war, the empire is deteriorating. What roles will Turkey, Japan, India, EU, Taiwan, and Russia play in the new world order? Well, it all depends on in what fashion and in what way does the US hegemony end. See, right now we have a certain global world order, and it's all underpinned by the US military might. If the US hegemony ends and their empire declines, deteriorates, or disintegrates, then there's going to be a certain period of time, maybe a decade, maybe multiple decades of chaos, where you're going to have fragmentation. You're going to have fragmented world orders, fragmented local orders, where local hegemons will rule the roost in localized regions, right? So it depends. If it ends abruptly and there's chaos in the world, then every little nation will be a local hegemon. So Turkey will be the local hegemon and they will terrorize neighboring nations. They'll do that. Japan, it depends on how it ends, how the US occupation ends. Right now, it's under US occupation. If it ends and the Japanese population is just tired and old, then I wonder what happens to Japan. Will the Chinese take over, or will the Russians take over, or will Korea make a move on them? Right? India, it depends. EU will fragment. Why is the EU one block? It's because of the US holding it together. The moment US hegemony ends, the EU will fragment and they will all go back to their good old ways of the European tribal wars. Russia could be a major hegemon if it remains united. India depends on the kind of leadership we have and so on. So it depends on so many different factors. It's very hard to foretell how it goes. Right? It's very hard to foretell how it goes. MK for Mukesh Kumar says, Jai Hind, Jai Hind ji. Iran a start of a new world order. World divided, Suez versus Hormuz, NATO versus BRICS, production versus consumption, Muslims versus radical Muslims. So the question is this Iran war the start of a new world order? Is the world going to be divided? Suez versus Hormuz? It's not Suez versus Hormuz. You could even see the blockade of the Strait of Bab el Mandeb in the coming months, weeks or months. If things escalate, Iran could have the Houthis close the Strait of Bab el Mandeb, which will be a major problem for the world, including for India. So Suez, Hormuz, yeah. NATO versus BRICS. BRICS is not a military alliance. NATO is a military alliance. BRICS is a economic coalition of nations. And it's not a very strongly bound coalition of nations. So you can't really compare NATO with BRICS. Production, consumption, yeah, that we'll see. Muslims, I will not comment about Muslims and all that. But yeah, the Iran war is the beginning of a new phase of world history. We are not going to go back to the old days of the pre-Iran war era. Okay, it's going to be, the world has changed permanently now. Now supply chains are going to be weaponized. Geographic choke points are going to be weaponized. You're going to have at least two parallel systems in the world that will emerge and so on. So yeah, that's right. Giro TV, good to see you, says, US said India is funding Ukraine war through Russian oil purchases. Yet the US itself is waging wars worldwide. Why should India heed US concerns now? What can they even do? The US is the world's most powerful nation, and as such, they have the right to be as hypocritical as they want. Hypocrisy is a privilege. You can be hypocritical only if you're powerful. You see, India is not a hypocritical nation because India is not powerful, or relatively way less powerful. So the US says India is funding the Ukraine war because it purchases Russian oil, but US purchases Russian uranium at the same time. The EU purchases way more Russian oil and gas than India, but India is allegedly funding the Russian oil purchases. That's hypocrisy. But it's the US that's initiating wars worldwide and waging wars worldwide. The question is, why should India heed US concerns now? These are not US concerns. The US is trying to dictate terms to India. Stop buying Russian oil. Stop buying Venezuelan oil. Now you can start buying Venezuelan oil again. Stop buying Iranian oil. Open up your economy to us. Agree to a trade deal on our terms, and so on and so forth. The dictats, the conditions are endless, the demands are endless. Why should India heed US concerns for its own survival? India is not Iran. India is not willing to take immense damage to protect its sovereignty. India may not even have the kind of firepower that Iran has, actually. And India doesn't want to be in a war. India wants to be on good terms with the US. India wants access to the US market for its exports. Because of these things that we desire and need and want, we have to heed American concerns. That's what they can do. They can deny India access to the US market. They can deny India access to the SWIFT system, which will cut off India from the global economy. They have so many things they can do to impose pain on India. They can do endless things to India. Yeah, that's why India has to heed US concerns. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views about the 4 Shankaracharya positions. Yeah, no views. I haven't studied this in detail, so I can't say. Aditya Thakral says, opinion on competitive exams like NEET, JEE. Look, competitive exams are a good idea. Okay? So I have no issue with competitive exams. I have an issue with the garbage, rotten education system. I don't know about NEET, but JEE used to be a great competitive exam. It's an exam that you need to be really good at physics and whatever in order to pass JEE. So I think that's not a bad idea. The Chinese have competitive exams. Their education system is way better than ours, but they also have competitive exams. The Americans have SATs and whatnot. So competitive exams are actually good. They allow you, what they do is that, you get a standardized understanding of where you stand vis-a-vis everybody else, your peers. So I think competitive exams are not a bad idea, but the education system is terrible. Kakashi says, good you speak with all, but JD gives mental colonized vibes. No comments. No comments. Mama Bucket VFX says, I believe all races on earth have ET origin. Makes sense. Who knows? Maybe it's true. Maybe we all are descendants of aliens. No. Who knows? Kakashi says, people think you are Russian spy to spoil relations with the West. Okay, let people think whatever they want to think. That's fine. Ishika Vanigasekara says, explain next 10 years India C and China C. War, how countries act. India, Southeast Asia and China, Southeast Asia, or India C, China C. War, how country act. The next 10 years are extremely unpredictable. A lot will depend on what kind of outcome we're going to have of the Iran war. Most likely the US and Israel will not be able to achieve their objectives. They will not be able to subjugate Iran. They will not be even able to balkanize Iran, at least for a few years. Iran will be willing to fight with sticks and stones if it comes to that. They will not be able to take Iran. So they will not, most likely, and see, time is a big factor in this war. The longer there's a stalemate, the more unpopular Trump gets at home, and that pressure is going to be devastating for him. So a lot will depend on what happens in the Iran war. And if the Iran war significantly depletes US stockpiles of munitions, weapons, missiles, etc., interceptors, then the Chinese will perceive possibly it's the right time to make a move on Taiwan. And they will have absorbed all the lessons of the Iran war, and the Chinese may have massive stockpiles of drones and missiles. So then they will be able to take Taiwan. Maybe Taiwan will be burned to a crisp, but they will take the island. And that will also possibly have major effects on Japan and South Korea, because the Americans will press Japan and South Korea into action if China makes a move on Taiwan. So just like the American and Israeli war against Iran is devastating the whole Gulf region, similarly, a Chinese war on Taiwan could devastate the whole of the Eastern Asian region. Similarly. And if that happens, the whole world is in turmoil, it's in chaos, the global economies will go down, recession everywhere. So it looks like the next 10 years could be a period of great chaos. I hope none of these things happen. But looks like The future, the next decade or so, is going to be a time of chaos, possibly. I hope I'm entirely wrong about this. I hope so. MK for Mukesh Kumar says, Jai Hind, sir. Jai Hind. US ultimatum is Pak joining. There's no ultimatum right now. But in the future, maybe in the next weeks or so, the US may press China into action in the war. Who knows? We'll see about that. Right now, there is no ultimatum that I know of. Rohan Bidi says, Maharashtra government passed anti-conversion law. Do you views? I don't discuss internal politics. I don't discuss this. I have no views about this. I don't even follow internal politics. So I have no views about this. Sorry. Okay, Java Bro says, I am from Uttar Pradesh. I want to marry a girl from the northeast of India. On Reddit, I discovered they have a lot of dislike for North Indian people. Shall I be hopeful? 939 YOE. 39 years old? Okay. Listen, I don't think there's a lot of dislike for North Indian people or whatever in the Northeast. What you see online is not necessarily a true representation of what happens, what exactly exists in the real world. What you see on the internet and on social media is very polarized opinions. I'm sure if you go to the Northeast, you will find that most people will welcome you and be happy with you. And obviously, there's going to be some skepticism because people don't understand other parts of India very well. But as long as you are a good husband and good son-in-law, I don't think there'll be any issue. So I would say, if you are in love with this lady and you want to marry her and she feels the same about you, go ahead and do it. All right? All the best. All the best. Gurpreet says, एक thought experiment है शायद गलत हो, but wanted to your take. If AI becomes a Kali-like force controlling humanity, could Kalki be a hybrid intelligence created to reset it? Are we unknowingly accelerating the cycle? Right. So we have the concept of Kali, we have the concept of Kalki, and so on. So a thought experiment, interesting thought experiment. If AI becomes a Kali-like force controlling humanity, see, Kali, the goddess Kali is a goddess of destruction, but she's not an evil goddess. She destroys evil. Kali is the destroyer of evil forces. And in order to destroy evil, she becomes this fearsome, scary version of the mother goddess. So she becomes black in color with scary eyes, and red lolling tongue and garland of skulls and all. But she's not evil. She destroys evil. And she becomes so fearsome that even evil is scared of her. But she is still the mother goddess and she still loves us, right? So that is Kali. Now, when you're saying that AI becomes a Kali-like force controlling humanity, Kali doesn't seek to control humanity. Kali seeks to liberate humanity from evil. So AI doesn't become a Kali-like force controlling humanity. AI becomes a Rakshas-like force, which seeks to enslave and control humanity. Right? So that's how I would see it. I would not portray Kali as evil. I would portray AI as a Rakshas-like force if it becomes something that controls and subjugates humanity. So could Kalaki be a hybrid intelligence created to reset it? Yeah, possibly. Possibly. If somebody creates a hybrid intelligence that resets this disaster that hypothetically exists, then you could say that is a Kalki-like figure. Sure. And are we unwittingly accelerating the cycle? I think we are tumbling forward into the unknown future where AI becomes more and more relevant. We unknowingly may be accelerating a cycle of this sort. Indeed. Yeah. Kakashi says, Modi named Hamas in Israel. Why government of India not label them as terrorists? I have no idea. I don't know. It's not our problem. Hamas obviously are terrorists. But it's not our business to go and decide who is terrorist and who should be put on a list of terrorists and all. No, the US does it. We don't need to do that. Okay? It is not the business of the government of India to create a global list of who is terrorist, who should be on the list and who's not. Why should we do that? What do we gain from that? No need to do that. So that's why probably government of India is not why hasn't the government of India designated Boko Haram as terrorists? Why not somebody else here and there, wherever? It's none of our concern. Doesn't matter to us. That's why. Gura TV says, in my opinion, now all important nations just fall under the bracket of 30 to 50 hard power scores. No one is significantly more powerful than the others. I will calculate this properly and I'll see about that. I think the US will still exceed 50. I think if it was 94 earlier, it may be maybe 75, 80 now. I'll have to see about that. But I don't think it's fallen that badly. I don't think India's hard power score is anywhere near 30. It was 4.94 earlier. I wonder what it is right now. So I will have to do a calculation. I will do it in a month's time or so. Yeah. Let this war hopefully settle down. Yeah, hopefully end. If not, I'll do it in a month's time. RV Math says, want to raise standards per ni ho re padai no matter what. Oh, well, nahi ho rahi padai. You're not able to study. Well, I'm not sure why you're not able to study, but see, everybody has problems in life. All of us, we face some problem or the other. And we have to find a way of solving those problems. So if you're not able to solve your problem, maybe you can take help from your parents, from your well-wishers, from family, from friends, from elders, from teachers. If you're a young person, obviously you won't have all the wisdom to solve your own problems. So that's why we have elders in life. So find a way. Find a way. If I knew you personally and I knew the circumstances that you have, then maybe I may be able to give you some sort of constructive advice. But since I don't know you at all personally, so I will recommend, please talk to your elders, the parents, uncles, aunts, whoever, and discuss it with them openly and find a solution. You'll be able to find a solution. There is a solution to every problem in the world. Okay, all the best. Do well. Mama Bucket VFX says, if we keep going up, who's there dictating all of the world? I have no idea. I'm not sure what you're asking, but if we keep going up, I'm right here. I'm not going up. I'm right here. So I'm not going up. So I'm not sure who's dictating all of the world. Harsh Patel says, how practical was the ancient Gurukul curriculum? Did it include teachings on health, fitness, Ayurveda, finance, and handling emergencies such as war? These are specialized things you're talking about. The Gurukul system was about basic education for most people. For certain people, Gurukul system was from all the way from the childhood all the way to adulthood. That was for maybe aristocrats, for princes, and so on. But for most people, Gurukul system, the Gurukul curriculum, Gurukul was your local temple. You spent a few years learning things there. We don't know exactly what curriculum was there, but it was basic education. Basic as in arithmetic, grammar, a bit of history and stuff like that. Understand your culture, that sort of thing. And then if you wanted, and once you were done with that, you would get specialized education in your family itself, because each family would have its own business, and you would be part of a jati where you would have specialized knowledge that would be imparted to you, and you become an apprentice, and eventually you take over the business. That's how it was done. When it comes to health, fitness, Ayurveda, finance, it was only for those people who went to higher education in the Vishwavidyalayas. Okay. Dev says, the Greater Israel map on army shoulder patch matches the Prophet Abraham's promised land from Nile River to River Euphrates. Any thoughts? So I am not familiar with prophecies and Abrahamic stuff and all. I don't know what Prophet Abraham has promised to his people. From Nile River to Euphrates. That's fascinating. Really? Okay, I'm not aware of this. I have not studied, the Judaism and the history of the prophets and stuff like that. So I don't know. But if it does match this promised land of Prophet Abraham, that's fascinating. This Greater Israel map on the army shoulder patch, that's fascinating. Now, this no longer sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. It no longer sounds like speculation to me. This sounds like it's kind of real. Huh? They seem to really want to expand their territory. Okay, I will have to now offline do some research into this. Very interesting. Very interesting. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Google Sentinel robots. Possible real life? Let's see. Sentinel robots. Sentinel robots. Iconic, highly advanced mutant hunting robots from Marvel Comics. Okay. To protect humanity. Mutant DNA chose a person to X-Men. All that stuff. Okay. So how do they work? They have massive size, adaptability, energy blasts, They target mutant DNA and so on, pose a persistent threat. Possible in real life? Look, there's nothing in the laws of physics that says this is not possible. So maybe it's possible, but so maybe it's possible. If you are an engineer and you want to incorporate bioengineering and genetic engineering into your repertoire, and you want to create a being like this, I suppose it theoretically is possible. YT user says, do you think Americans, British sent Jews to their current land to keep check on the Middle East and control their resources, or it's the other way around? Do you think the British supported them in the Yom Kippur War? I am still not sure about which way is it. Is it this way around or that way around? See, Israel was created by the West, right? The British mandate of Palestine, and you had that, and in the 1920s, 30s, etc., the Jews were settled in batches in this region, right? Obviously, it was their ancestral land, no question about that, right? And eventually, that's how Israel was created. So clearly, the British sent Jews to their current land. Now, is it because they wanted to keep a check on the Middle East or whatever? I'm not sure if that is why they sent them. I don't remember exactly what the story is because it's been a while since I've studied this. But we know that it was the British mandate of Palestine where the Jews were settled over a couple of decades. And this progressively led to strife between the Jews and the people who were already occupying the land, who are now called the Palestinians, and so on. But obviously, Israel, as we know, it's a very important nation for the West because it creates a certain balance of power in the region, and it's great to keep the Arabic nations in check, right? So the West needs this balance of power in the region. If Israel doesn't exist, then the Arabic nations become way more powerful, relatively speaking. Do I think the British supported the Israelis in the Yom Kippur War? They definitely had US support. I don't remember about British support. I'll have to refresh my memory of those events. Right now, I can't remember. I don't. Definitely, the US supported them. I'm not sure about British. FYCS says, why is being a good civilized person so tough in India? Being a good civilized person is tough in any society where you have poverty and low standards. A society where you have alleged corruption and low standards and poverty, and you have a system of rent seeking, in that society, no matter where it is in the world, it's very tough to be a good civilized person. It's tough. It's tough. But it's still there. You still have good civilized people, despite all these issues. Raman Gill says, government making nuclear reactors in close to border, especially Haryana. Example, Haryana. Isn't it better to be more inland with real water bodies beside it, or it just doesn't matter? I think it makes, see, India has such a massive territory and landmass, and we also have border regions that are close to terrorist nations like Pakistan, Haryana, for example. So I think it's actually better, since we have such enormous landmass. It really makes sense to have nuclear reactors in the interior parts of India as opposed to near the borders with the temporary artificial nation of Pakistan. I think it makes sense to have these critical installations far from Pakistan and far from the borders, whether it is petroleum refineries, whether it is nuclear reactors, or anything that's sensitive and critical. So I think if do we have any reactors we're putting out in Haryana? Haryana nuclear reactor. Do we have any? Gorakhpur Haryana Anu Vidyut Pariyojana. It's a 2800 megawatt nuclear power plant under construction in the Fatehabad district of Haryana. And okay, so okay, we are constructing one nuclear reactor in Haryana, and it's gonna start producing power in 2030-31, the first phase. Okay, so we have one there. It's not a great idea to have a whole bunch of nuclear reactors there, but I suppose even the people of Haryana have the aspirations. "Hamare paas bhi hona chahiye nuclear reactor." So I think it's okay to have one there, as long as it's not too close to the border. It's in what, Fatehabad, right? Let me go back there. Where is Fatehabad district? in Haryana. Where is that? How far is it from the border? Let us see the map. Fatehabad district. How far is it from the border? Um, it's about 150, 140-ish kilometers from the border. So it's not too close to the border and not very far away either. I suppose, look, you can't deny the people of Haryana their own nuclear reactor if they have the aspiration. So I think it's fine. I think it's okay. It's not very close to the border. But overall, I agree with your concern, ma'am, that nuclear reactors need to be most of these critical uh, projects need to be in the interiors of India, far from borders. Okay, Jitha Gada says, deep state is aliens. Iran war breaks world order. Small decentralized power emerge and aliens will divide and rule and take over Earth. Hey, hey. Well, I hope that doesn't happen, but we shall see. We shall see. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views about Acharya Prashant and Khan sir, fishy. I have no idea. No comments. Sorry. Okay. Om Naik says, you just acknowledged my previous question, not answer. What was your previous question? I don't remember. I must have taken 100 questions by now. It's been 4 hours, 15 minutes, 16 minutes. If I have not answered your previous question, I apologize. I acknowledge it. I'm sorry. I don't remember now. And I don't have the list anymore. I am taking the list away. So in that case, I am sorry. I apologize. I don't remember what the question was. As far as I remember, I've tried to answer all the questions. But yeah, in case you feel that way, I'm sorry. Just Deshmukh says, is religion really useful for wars? Is religion really the reason for wars or just an excuse? Are all wars caused because of religion? Did the Falklands War happen because of religious issues? No, 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 no. Did China go to war against India in 1962 because of religious reasons? No, 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 no. I can give you 1,000 examples. So it's not like that. Java bro says, thank you, sir. Real Vladimir Putin, my bro. Wo intro. All right. Sharad Panjwani says, if America is busy with Iran for a long time, will that be the time when China takes Taiwan? The longer this war lasts, the higher, in my opinion, the probability will be that China makes a move on Taiwan. Okay? America gets bogged down in this war like it is right now, and its supplies of arms, ammunition, missiles, munitions, etc., start running critically low, which they already are. And Europe supplies are already depleted because of the Ukraine war. That's a great time for China to make a make a move on Taiwan. So yeah. Ankita Kachap says, Israel grabs some territory each time it goes to war, fighting its existential threat. Isn't this the sign of an expansionist nation? Looks like it aspires to make greater Israel. Your opinion? Well, from that shoulder patch we saw, the shoulder patch on the shoulders of Israeli soldiers, which seems to show a greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates, it looks like Israel seeks to expand its territory. If IDF soldiers are wearing that, it means it's an official thing. And each time Israel goes to war, it grabs some territory. Well, historically, it's been that way, has it? Most likely, it's been that way. Some territory. It took Sinai, then it gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Iran, and in whichever war it was, 67 or whenever it was, it took Jerusalem. So it does grab some territory. Is this the sign of an expansionist nation? No. When you have a war, territory does change hands, and if you're better at fighting than other nations, you're gonna grab territory. You're gonna gain territory each time. So that is not necessarily the hallmark of an expansionist nation. It's the hallmark of a nation that is good at fighting, and whenever it has had to fight a war, it's prevailed and gained territory. Of course, there's been at least one war that Israel did not do very well in, the Yom Kippur War, obviously. So I think Israel gaining territory each time it goes to war is not necessarily the sign of an expansionist nation. It's the sign of a nation that's great at fighting. But that shoulder patch does seem to give indications of major territorial aspirations. Greater Israel. That shoulder patch seems to indicate that it aspires to create a much larger, greater Israel. Yeah, that is what seems to be the clincher for me. Not the fact that Israel has gained territory every time it fought. Not that, but this shoulder patch, that is very interesting. Okay, Gurpreet says Kali meant Kali Yug, sir, not Devi Kali, mistyped. Okay, no issues, no issues. But anyway, yeah, Kali Yuga. Okay, no issues. I got it. Thank you. Kiran Naik says, is Russia sending its S-400 and Su-35 to Iran? I think Russia seems to have dispatched at least one, if not more, S-400 systems to Iran in 2025, last year. So that seems to be old news. Sukhoi 35, I'm not sure about that. I have not seen any news about the Sukhoi 35 being dispatched to Iran. Or have I? I think it has happened. Yeah, not. I was imagining the Sukhoi 57, not the Sukhoi 57. Sukhoi 35, most likely they may have sold a few of those to Iran. Most likely they did, yeah. But I've not seen this aircraft making any appearances thus far in the war. So I'm not sure what the status is. Let's see. Iran Su-35. It's in the process of acquiring the Sukhoi 35. When does it happen? 2027 or 28? So it's not acquired it yet. So, okay, so that's a deal. Brown Leprechaun says Russia energy, USA economy, China manufacturing. What can India's silver bullet be? I wonder. The government of India needs to find an answer to this. It should have been manufacturing. We have been harping on about the slogan of Make in India since what? For the past decade. A slogan doesn't change the world, right? You have to make it happen. So we have done a poor job thus far of doing Make in India. Yeah, we have not become a major manufacturing power. India's silver bullet should be manufacturing. Russia energy, yes. USA economy, yeah. China manufacturing. India should have been the replacement to China or the answer to China. And we haven't done a great job of that. The answer is India's silver bullet has to be manufacturing. Dave says, look at Nile to Euphrates and greater map together, please. I saw it. I saw it. I know. I wasn't aware of this. So that has been an eye-opener for me just a few minutes ago. Greater Israel. Looks like it's a real thing. Looks like it's not speculation or conspiracy theory. Looks like it's a real thing. Very interesting. Kakashi says, India may be sovereign, but it is not anti-imperialist like Iran, Russia, China. For that, you must resist US demands, not comply with their sanctions and bullying. Should I disagree with you? I can't. Because you are correct. You are correct. India is not an anti-imperialist nation. India is a nation that still thinks about its colonial past with great fondness and longing. India's people, and a lot of India's leaders are a bunch of mentally colonized people. Lots of Indians are still Anglophiles who think that the British did us great favors by colonizing and occupying us. So yeah, India, it's in the blood of so many Indians to not be anti-imperialist. And a lot of that has to do with India's education system that mentally colonizes Indians. So I agree with you 100%. India is not that hard, rigid, anti-imperialist nation with a straight spine, like the Iranians, like the Russians, like the Chinese. India is a more pliable nation right now, sadly. Vivek Upadhyay says, your views about PM Cares Fund and caste reservations. I don't know what the PM Cares Fund does, so I can't say about this. Caste reservation, I have always opposed that. I am okay with reservation as long as it is done on the basis of economic status, not on the basis of caste. I don't believe in caste. Caste should be annihilated. Remove all references of caste and all relevance of caste. If you want to continue reservations, do that for 20 years maximum, and do that on the basis of economic condition of a family, not on the basis of caste or any such nonsense. Okay, Piyush Sinha says, Today, Abhijit sir will beat Ambani in wealth through Superchat. I wish. Thank you, sir. Please tell us about your early life and education. It's not relevant. It's not important. I am not an important person. We are discussing important matters in the world. I am not important. I am not Ambani. I am not Elon Musk. I'm not Putin. I'm not Trump. Who am I? I'm just somebody who interprets the world the best he can for you. My background is not important. How is it important? One day maybe I can do a podcast in which I explain, I speak about myself, but today is not the day. But I appreciate you asking this question. Okay, I'm not trying to rebuff you. Maybe one of these days I should speak about that in detail, but that will be a separate session. Okay, not today. And I'm hoping to end this session soon because it's been like 4.5 hours now, which is super long. Okay, let's see. Chirag Raj says narcissism with acton can slow low confidence and procrastination. Narcissism with action can slow low confidence. And why does everybody try type in this compressed way? Why? I don't know. So narcissism with action can slow low confidence and procrastination. Okay, if you say so, sir. I am not aware of this. Pradeep Kumar Roy says Sentinel robots in X-Men were massive. Could survive massive explosions, could fly, had invisible missile shield, powered by nuclear reactor at its core, similar to Iron Man suit, but massive. See, a nuclear reactor at its core, you can't have that small of a nuclear reactor. Okay, if they are massive, see the Man technology of a nuclear fusion reactor or arc reactor or whatever reactor powering the suit, that may be speculative science fiction. I can't think of actually making it happen in reality. Sentinel robots in X-Men were massive, could survive massive explosion, could fly, a nuclear reactor at its core. I think some of it is fantasy, some of it is science fiction. I can't think of any way of miniaturizing a nuclear reactor and making it this big or whatever. Yeah. Because if you want, you need a certain amount of fuel to, in order to produce the heat that drives the nuclear reaction, that generates the heat that drives the steam turbine that produces electricity. That's essentially what it is, right? A nuclear reactor, to make it, to oversimplify what a nuclear reactor does, it's a heat source. It's a heat source that drives a steam engine that generates electricity. That's what a nuclear reactor is. Now, how do you put a steam engine inside a robot is a big question, right? So I'm not sure how feasible that is actually. Didier says if war goes for long, could benefit India back POK. Let's forget about POK right now. Let us forget about this obsession with POK. We have bigger things to do than POK. So if this war goes for long, it's not going to I don't see it benefiting India. It's going to hurt India more. It'll benefit Pakistan. It'll benefit China. Jitha Gada says, should Indian IT employees start exploring options beyond IT? At my mid-senior level, my team has halved in 14 months, yet AI boosted productivity. But CXO across Indian IT companies deny your opinion. Okay. So you are at the mid-senior level. Your team is halved in 14 months. AI has boosted productivity. Obviously, it will boost productivity. So you can retain your most productive employees and make them even more productive by giving them AI tools, whatever AI tools you're using. And the problem is that you will no longer want freshers. You have reasonably mid to senior level talent, and you will give them the AI powers, right? Because AI can do the job of entry level programmers for sure. So the question is, should Indian IT employees start exploring options beyond IT? I think it makes sense to do that. Indian IT employees should start exploring options beyond IT. The question is, what are those options? I'm not really sure. But yeah, it makes sense to do that because, like you're saying, your team is halved. And I suppose a lot of teams are seeing this sort of phenomenon. So I think it's a bad time to be a fresher or a junior programmer in India or anywhere in the world. AI will boost productivity, but it will cut down team sizes. I don't know if various people across Indian IT companies deny it. I think it AI is going to have a big impact in the coming months and years on IT, on India's IT industry. It's going to have a big impact and not a very good impact. It's going to be pretty bad, actually. So I think it is high time for those of you who are in IT, if you're IT employees, to start upskilling, acquiring other skills, and start exploring options beyond IT. I think it is high time you start taking this very seriously. Right. Mohit Raj Singh says, "How does? Why do you write like this? Why can't you put spaces so that I can read?" Okay, let me try and understand what this is. How does in early 1950s US become so powerful politically that it was able to put pressure on Canada to cancel its Arrow program and acquire all scientists for its Apollo program? Why do you have to write like this? Why? Does it give you pleasure? How does in early 1950s US become so powerful? How did the US become powerful in 1950s? It won the Second World War. It was the big winner of Second World War, and it established the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. It had the biggest armed forces. It was the biggest beneficiary of the Second World War. Okay, and it had started the process of taking over the imperial infrastructure, trade routes, everything of the British Empire. By the 1950s, by 1956, by 58, it was over. The British Empire was over. It was done. So the Americans had started this. They had already started onboarding the best German rocket engineers and other scientists, and they were militarily incredibly powerful. They made tens of thousands of fighter planes in the Second World War. They made more than, I don't know, 200 or 300 aircraft carriers. They were incredibly powerful. And that's why they were able to get everything done. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Pani Pilo, please. Good night, sir. Good night to you, sir. Thank you very much for the reminder. Thank you very much. I need to end this very soon. It's been too long. Um, Yash Vyas says, how are movies like Durandar important in promoting India's soft power like US and Israel did through their movies? Have you seen both those yet? I have seen Durandar 1. I haven't seen Durandar 2 yet. I don't believe in soft power. I believe in hard power. Without hard power, there is no soft power. And because India has little hard power, India's soft power is next to zero. Okay. So India, I know that Indians are obsessed with soft power, but soft power is worthless without hard power. So please, if you remember anything from what I say, remember this: soft power is meaningless unless you have hard power. If you have hard power, then soft power becomes relevant. Otherwise, it's nothing. So, yeah. Okay. Ishika Vaningasekara says, Gee, what do you think about the Epstein files in Israel? I think Epstein files are 6 million documents of horror. It shows what the Western elite really are: absolute monsters. I mean, what kind of person abuses children? How can you even think of doing that? Inflicting pain on a helpless, innocent human being. I just don't understand. And that's what they seem to have been routinely doing. This, God knows what else, cannibalism and all kinds of horrific things. It makes me sick to my stomach. And this tells you what the true nature of Western society is. It's very different from our culture and our society, sir. Yeah. I don't know what Israeli angle is there in that. Obviously, Epstein was a Jewish person. I don't know if he was affiliated with Israel. Some people say he was. I haven't explored that angle. Some people say that people like Trump are being controlled by Israel because of the Epstein files. Who knows? It may be a possibility. Who knows? Ritik Pawar says, is US military might overhyped? Not quite, but the way they have fought the war has made them look stupid because of their overconfidence, because of the hubris, because of the lack of planning, because of completely wrong assumptions, and so on. And of course, the problem is that the rate of production of munitions, missiles, and so on, it's abysmally low. So that would actually say that their military might maybe a little bit at least overhyped. Yes. Didya says, I don't know how to read this. What does this mean? Indeed, didn't need to live for goes. Please don't do this. I can't read this sort of thing. Please, if you put a message, put it properly. I can't read this. In the need to invest in the what does it do? Okay. India need to English war in sorry, I can't. Dev says compare Greater Israel to Nile to Euphrates map live, please. Uh compare Greater Israel to Nile to Euphrates. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It is the same thing. I saw it. It's exactly Nile to Euphrates. Let's quickly take a look. Okay, let's quickly take a look at that. So, Nile to Israel, right? So the Nile is in Egypt. Here it is, this blue strip. And where's the Euphrates? It's in Iraq, right? The river that passes through Baghdad is the Tigris, if I'm not mistaken. It's a Tigris. And the other river is the Euphrates. Here it is. So that's exactly that map of Greater Israel. Looks like that. Yeah, so there we have it. Looks like they actually are serious about that. Interesting. Okay, he's right about Sentinel robots. The smallest operating nuclear reactor was a SNAP 10A, launched in 1965, measuring 40 centimeters long and 23 centimeters wide, producing 500 watts. Let me see the SNAP 10A. What is that? And how did they make it happen? That's interesting. That actually interests me. SNAP 10A nuclear reactor. What was that? Uranium 235 fuel, sodium potassium NAK coolant, thermoelectric converters to turn heat into electricity with no moving parts in the power conversion system. 400 watts, 500 watts. What do you do with that actually? But it's interesting. Snap 10A. Let me see. Do we have a schematic of this thing? Whoa, that is a massive thing. Its launch mass was 440 kilograms. That is ginormous. I mean, compared to actual nuclear reactors that we are operating today, it's small, but it's huge, right? It's huge. What were the dimensions of this thing? The reactor measures this much and that much. 37 fuel rods. Okay, but the reactor itself is that small, but the casing, the housing, and all that is massive. And you need shielding, right? Without shielding, you can't make a reactor work. So unshielded weighs 290 kilograms, but with shielding, it weighs about what? 440 kilograms. And so, see, as you can see, this is the actual power plant. The reactor itself may be small, but okay. Interesting though. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Interesting. I'll have to look into this in a little more detail. Aniket Chaudhary says, if India was so advanced in science in Indian ancient era and had known about Parmanu and Astras, why didn't they create atomic weapons and stop all invasions? How do I answer a question of this nature? We knew things, we had conceived of things theoretically. Okay, we spoke about, see, Maharishi Kanad. He gave us the atomic theory. But we had not actually understood the nature of the atom, the quantum nature of the atom, through experiment. We did not know the energy levels. We did not know the concept of photons. We did not know the concept of electrons. We did not know the concept of neutrons and protons, right? We did not know about molecules, about radioactivity. We had the concept of the Anu and the Parmanu. We had the idea of astras. But do you understand to formally, rigorously understand this and then use it in a practical way? It's a whole different story, right? So that's why. Mohit Raj Singh says, you are getting frustrated, sir. It's because of word limit. Okay, it's because of a word limit. So, okay. So I've never used Superchat, so I don't know how it works. And if I look frustrated with that, I'm sorry, but it's very hard to read, you know? Right. Anyway, thank you for letting me know, sir. Thank you. Abhijit Singh says, Privyat, please sleep. Well, I will sleep once the Superchats are over. There are still 6 more to go. So thank you for the reminder. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Abhijit ji. Rajneesh says thermal electric effect to create Iron Man suit. Thermal electric effect to. Yeah, look, it's nice. Okay, thermal. What's a thermal electric effect? Now, how are you generating electricity? Is my simple question. Thermal electric effect. It's a nice terminology, but how are you actually making it happen? See, okay. ML with AWS says, machine learning with AWS says, does India have the structure to be anti-imperialist? No. The only other country is China, which has to manage a billion population, not a democracy. India does not have the structure to be anti-imperialist. India has the governance structure and the overall structure of governance to be a collaborator with imperialists. Right? India is not structurally designed to be an anti-imperialist nation and to last as a sovereign nation for too long. Yeah, India's structurally penetrated and compromised. Suman Vikrant says, how did Mossad miss Iran's mosaic system? I don't know. The Americans have messed up Mossad. I don't know what their agenda is. And once Iran starts the mosaic warfare, it operationalizes that. Even what can Mossad do? And I'm sure Iran is very, very, very aware of the potential penetration of Iran, IRGC, etc., by Mossad, and they must have taken adequate measures to deal with that. Right? Kakashi says, I don't want India to be anti-imperialist or will be Iran right now, but you will be uniquely remembered for waking India to truth about West when no one else did. Yeah, look, we don't want to just for the sake of principle start fighting with everybody and be anti-imperialist. We need to have our own agenda. We need to have our own clear vision for our future and work on that. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be anti-imperialist. It all I am saying is we should not be vassalized by anybody. We should not be made to serve someone's agenda. I'm not saying we should go to war with everybody. No, absolutely not. Mind our own business, do our own thing, cooperate with everybody, be friendly as far as possible with everybody, and you know, serve our people and ensure there's a prosperous future. That's what India needs to do. But my problem is that there are so many Indians who are super obsequious to the West and super colonized mentally. And that's an issue. Anyhow, thank you so much for the nice thing you said over here for me. Thank you. Mohit Raj Singh says, think you're tired now. It's been a long session today. Well, it's been 4 hours and 42 minutes. I think anybody will be tired after that long of a session. And so, yeah. Amar Veer Singh, orthodontist, says, is it safe to move to Dubai as a dentist now, sir? I think you should take a pause. Don't think of moving to Dubai right now. I hope this war ends soon. If it does end soon and there is peace, then it will be fine to move to Dubai. But right now, I think you should not make any plans. If the war doesn't end in the next few months, I think the entire Dubai economic model becomes unviable. So right now, don't make a decision. Wait and watch. If the war ends soon and there is lasting peace, move to Dubai, sure. Otherwise, think of alternatives to Dubai. Jetagara says, cuts aren't just developers. Designers, testers, yeah, designers, quality assurance testers, BAs too. Many weren't underperforming. AI tools automated 80% of the work. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you have things like Claude Code. You now have OpenClaw, which is kind of problematic, of course. But you have all these tools, agentic tools that can automate, 70-80% of many people's work. And then you're going to have to let people go, even those who are not underperforming, but they just become redundant because AI tools automate so much. I mean, then how do you justify having so many employees on board? And you can't bench half of people or so, whatever. So I get it. Yes, I get it. It's a terrible time if you're in IT. Absolutely, I agree. So designers also, AI will do design work for you. Excellent design work. You all you have to do is to feed it the last 10 designs or whatever. What's your design methodology? What are your previous design documents in similar projects and so on? And what are your new requirements? AI is going to give you the best designs. AI will do QA testing for you, or I suppose it will at least create testing plans, test documents, or whatever. I'm sure it can. You can use AI in QA testing too, and so on. Yeah, absolutely. Yashavyas says, I have a very new YouTube channel with 2 videos and 18 subs. If I wanted to invite you to a podcast from there, how do I contact you with the details and get something set up? It is not a good idea to contact me if you have 2 videos and 18 subs. I'll be very honest with you. I get a lot of invitations and I can't accept all the invitations. I would like to help everybody out, but I have limited time. So then I have to make a decision as to, let's say I have a policy in a month, I will say yes to 5 invitations, hypothetically. Then I will decide based on what, which channel, which invitations to accept. The invitations I will accept will be the ones that will give me the most impact in terms of visibility. Naturally, because I think I have something important to say. And when I say something, I want it to be as visible as possible. So that's why if you have 2 videos and 18 subs, it is not a good idea for you to invite me. You can do it, but I will not be able to say yes. If you want me to accept your invitation, you have to first prove yourself. Okay? Work hard for a few months, build up a channel, show that you're capable of good work consistently, and then invite me. So it's not like I will only accept invitations for somebody who has millions of followers. I have accepted invitations from channels who have like less than 1 lakh followers. So it also depends on the quality of the work you're doing. But with 2 videos, I'm not going to accept you. You put out 20, 30, 40 videos over a period of time consistently, then I will respect your work ethic. And even if you don't have 1 lakh followers, even if you have 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, I may definitely consider your invitation very seriously. But first, put in the hard work. Okay, you will not get an approval from me at this point in time. At least make 30, 40. I would say make 30, 40 videos at least. Okay, show that you are capable of hard work, that you have a discipline. Then I'll consider it seriously. All right, sir. All the best. All the best. Piyush Sinha says, thanks, sir, for not getting angry on my previous super chat. I'm not angry. Absolutely not. Sometimes it's hard for me to read this stuff, but I understand now. I understand that there is a word count limit and all. So I'm not angry with anybody. Sometimes I get frustrated after 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours now, but not angry. Anuj Art says, your thoughts on chemtrails and recent hailstorms. I am not aware of recent hailstorms. Chemtrails, look, I have seen chemtrails since I was a little kid. Most likely they just vapor contrails from exhaust from airplanes. But there's a theory that maybe they're spraying something in that. So I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. Hyphen says, let us all save some questions for next week and let's take some rest. It's been 5 hours. I want this live stream to go on and on and on. By the way, lol. I think it's a good idea for all of you to now give me permission to log off. I think this is the last super chat for today. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's been 4 hours 48 minutes. I've done longer live streams, but it kind of stretches your stamina and your mental and the amount of concentration you can do. So I think so. First of all, Hyphen, thank you so much. This is the last super chat for today. So I'm gonna now finally end this live stream. Thank you so much, everybody. I really, really appreciate you all for asking so many questions to me. It's a privilege to be able to answer questions. I'm absolutely not upset that I've done this live stream almost 5 years. I actually enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Keep asking questions, keep learning, keep raising your standards, and I will see you very soon in the next live stream, which will be most likely in the next couple of days or so. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.